There we go. Hello and welcome to the Mod Plays what is to be our first Victoria 3 looks at playthrough, or at least it's not my first playthrough, but it's my first on-stream playthrough. Playing as Australia. That's not a nation. This is a nation. Now, the way that Australia and Canada play is they have the same sort of system for federating. They start as a bunch of little separate states. In Canada's terms, they have the Hudson Bay Company, Columbia District, Upper, Lower, and these little extra, even tinier bits of Canada, as well as the bits that are Brits. What you have to do in order to do confederate is there is a journal entry that says federate. Also, Great Britain can press the same button. He can hurry it along, and the other states can also hurry it along. In order to actually be allowed to click that button, you have to be higher GDP than the other bits, and you have to have them have a good opinion of you. So the first thing to do is to lick boot and tell the other states that they don't actually suck. Which as a resident is hard to do. You know, every state thinks they're the best state and that all the others suck, but we've got to at least pretend they're okay for this little bit. And the same thing also applies to New Zealand over here. Yes, we control Lesser Australia, Strudel, as was historical at the time. These guys did a good enough job of contesting British imperialism that they got to be their own sort of people rather than colonialized in quite the same way. Now, what else is there to do? So we're making everyone love us. Next. Tech. There are 3 tech trees. Society, military, production. Production is basically gain access to better production methods and new construction things like railways. There's a little bit of that in the military with regards to shipbuilding. And society is better buildings, sometimes better laws, and things to do with running better art academies / unis. As well as inventing socialism. Yes, socialism. Military, aside from the ship stuff, is what you would expect. Slowly teching up your armies in terms of their stats, what things you need to build them. So you go from having pointy stick men to men with gun to men with cannon and gun. Honestly, we don't really need to worry about this aspect at all. We are going to be hiding under the protective umbrella of Papa / Mama Great Britain, who is our protective mother bear. So we don't need to worry about having much of a military force, just enough to put down any rebellion that might occur / if nations that we, decentralized nations, that we start colonizing decide to rise up and attack us, that we can hold the line until Great Britain comes and helps. My experience is that this is a good thing to colonize-ish. This a little bit less so. Over here is really nice, but you've got to have it as an added region. Most of Africa kind of is arse. Malaria is horrid. I mean, there is some malaria over here, but it's worth it for the rubber. For these bits, not quite so much. If you've got the spare money, then sure, throw it at chucking extra colonies everywhere. Hey, Darth Air. Yes, we do. Okay, now, as in all games where there is a wood economy, the wood economy is the most important economy. But first, let's fiddle with more tax. Less pay. We wish we had more of this, but we don't. Grain is what we've got. We don't have all that much money to play with at the moment. if we look at the... So the way the system works with regards to markets is it looks at what you need, or what your population is asking for, and you need for your industrial buildings, and it tallies that up, and you have your personal market. Additionally to that, if you have other people in your market, so as an example, we are currently in Great Britain's market, it then adds your markets to everyone else's markets. This can be both good and bad. In this sense, it's good in terms of that we can easily import, say, trains from Great Britain, which we don't produce. At start date, GB are the only people making trains, I think. And so we can still have railroads, even though we won't be making trains for a while. But it can also be a bad thing in terms of if other people in your market are producing stuff cheaper than you can, it will make your existing industries sort of collapse and be wasted space. If you want to think about it this way, there is a certain number of building slots, which is infrastructure, and that determines how many buildings you can have in a region. Please insult Great Britain, but Great Britain is our good and loyal mama bear. We start with a grain tax, Goka, and grain tax will stay for the moment. Okay, what else is there worth talking about? Government and laws. So, legitimacy, the basic idea is how much does the collection of people that are in your active government reflect your actual law settings. More legitimacy is nice in terms of it helps you pass new laws sooner. But the catch is you aren't necessarily going to be able to have full legitimacy and support for passing new laws at the same time. So you might have to take a hit on legitimacy to be able to have the interest groups that you want in government so that you can actually pass something. The moo tax? No moo tax. There is no moo tax. No meat. Meat and cotton are what cows make in this game. Cows make meat and cotton. And poo. Cows make meat and cotton and poo. Now, we want to go full liberal. So we're looking to do things like children go to school instead of be enslaved. Women get to have rights. Multiculturalism and everyone getting to vote and so forth. Now, these two are fine. We wouldn't mind switching this towards free trade eventually. This is fine where it is. It lets us, depending on which setting this is, you can subsidize different amounts of stuff, basically. If you're pure agrarian, you're only really allowed to subsidize infrastructure and farming type things. Whereas, as you move up and up and up, you can do more and more exactly what you want. Right up to the point where you can literally tell your peasants they aren't allowed to chop their own wood with command economy. That they must purchase wood that you have produced from the wood chopping industry. Now, what do we want to do first? Well, I tend to like... We want to get colonies going, so we want someone that will let us do colonies. So we look, and we say, who wants colonies? Memory says the armed forces like colonies. Yes, endorses colonial resettlement and colonial exploitation. So we try and chuck them in the government. And that will give us full legitimacy, and then hopefully they will support our hopes and dreams of having colonies. There we go. Colonial resettlement or colonial exploitation. The main difference here is what do you want to use your colonies for? If you intend to use them as just producers' raw goods, then I quite like this one because you don't have to pay the people there as much. The downside is your aggressive expansion, tension decay. You get a debuff to aggressive expansion, but seeing as we aren't specifically intending to go around warring left, right, and center, this doesn't actually hurt us almost at all. The other one is the more neutral one. But it helps people want to migrate into your states. So it helps population up. So it's a question of population versus not having to pay the people that are there and extracting more raw goods. How is exclamation thought? Death said thoughts. Is it thoughts? Yeah, thoughts. I don't find the warfare particularly enjoyable myself. It is very good at being make eco number go up. One more turnism. So yes, you have to have someone in your government supporting the law you want, and then you look at this thing and you try and pick ones that are ones you want and that have a high ratio of actually people that support it versus don't, so that you get a good chance of passing it. This has a pretty good base chance, 32%. And then every time that this little bar gets filled up, you can come in here and see the chances. So we've got a 30%, let's just call it 30% chance for it to succeed, a 30% chance for it to advance. Think of this like advancing a siege in EU4. So the odds of the next time being a success will go up. 28% chance of stall and 2% chance of debate. Debate is like it will bring up a little event that says, do you want to trade one resource for more chance of it passing or another resource for not losing a chance of it passing? It's also very silly that a colony can have colonies. I would say that the colonies should be the people that do have colonies. They're literally colonies. Western Australia here should probably be trying to colonize this, and they don't really. America and Canada will do colonizing. So Canada starts colonizing these bits. Not this bit from memory, but yes to these bits. And if they're quick enough, they can even nab the top little bit of Montana here. But anyway. So everyone's sucking up to us. We're trying to pass our colony law. And then it's time to actually start building shit. Now, the most important economy in any game with wood is, of course, the wood economy. So we'll start with some wood. Once this number gets a little bit bigger, we might actually build a construction industry. But if we build a construction industry right now, it's gonna... The rule of thumb, it's gonna vary depending on how much you're paying for the various input goods, depending on where they are in your market price. So slide it up to 75 or slide it down to minus 75, depending on if you're maximally underproducing them or super duper overproducing them. But as a rule of thumb, each construction industry costs you about 3k to run at the most basic stage. We can't even see any here because we don't have any. We only have the built-in construction from being a nation at all. That's about it. Can't think of anything else to get to. What do you want? You want me to research something? Now, we don't, as I said, we don't really need to worry about military. Mama Britain is going to keep us safe and happy. Similarly for Navy. Eventually we might want to build a bit of a Navy, because a Navy, to me, seems like a really cost-effective way of farming prestige, or at least reasonably cost-effective, and it has the added benefit of, you know, we're an island. No one will get to us if we have a Navy, sort of thinking. Because, you know, we want to grow up to be just like Mama Great Britain. When we're a big boy... Anyway... So what tech? We probably want to be rushing for railroads. Railroads are the be-all and end-all for increasing your infrastructure. You can increase them with ports. So Anchorage that just provides convoys, or cargo port that actually provides infrastructure and convoys. But this is far less efficient in terms of a building per infrastructure output. This is 5, whereas a railroad is 20. So we pretty much want to be rushing towards railroads. So mechanized tools, atmospheric engine, then railroads. You want to grow up until you two go through multiple we've done that recently, Baz. We had about 4 changes in a row without actually getting a common vote on it. So I'd poke more fun at the Britain at the moment for their PM problems, but we literally kind of just went through the same thing prior to the current election. To the point where there were meme tier newspaper titles, front page covers that were, "We get a new PM by voting for once." Okay, you can see the construction list. It does a little highlighty buildy thing. And we can watch the market fluctuate. The British market starts with a shortage of food, transport, tools, furniture, fancy porcelain, glass, man-o'-wars, opium, meat, iron, coal, clothing, hardwood. Britain seems to do a bit of a shitty job in my experience of balancing that well. Gun, ammunition, furniture, artillery, and it's overproducing. There we go, we got our colonies done, so just a sec, we'll pause, and then we will start colonizing Wellington. Done. Wellington is colonized, because it was the last, little sub-province of a state that hadn't been done. And then we can move on to doing the South Island. The other thing we want to do is add an interest here. So the way the system works is you can only colonize places that you have an interest. By default, you have an interest anywhere that you have land, and anywhere that a subject of yours has their capital, as far as I can tell. There might be a bit more to it than that, but that is what I have determined it to be, as far as I can tell. So we want to, how many interests you're allowed is based on your nation's size, rank, and how many naval bases you have. So, for example, we are a insignificant power. We don't get any built-in allowance for number of regions of interest, and we don't have a navy. So we don't get any based on naval bases, whereas, say, Great Britain, as the world #1 power, as a great power, get a base of a pretty decent number, and then because they have the largest navy in the world, they get a huge number of extra regions of interest from their number of navies. And you can go in and look at where people's regions of interest are in this tab. So, Britain has interests here and 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 everywhere. The whole world over. The world is Great Britain's interest, pretty much. There are a couple of limitations. You can only interest a region that is either a region that is you have land in or next to that. And it's sort of adjacent by land or sea. So, as an example, if you're EOC, even though you don't have any land in the Himalayas/Tibet, you can interest Himalayas/Tibet because it's adjacent to you. Or if you are Spain/the Spanish Philippines, you can interest stuff over here because it's adjacent by sea tile, even though you can't really see the sea tiles very well. It's a bit more fluffy in terms of what is adjacent by sea. What adjacent by land makes sense because you can highlight the tiles and see what is adjacent to what. Whereas you can't really see the sea tiles, but they exist in a functional sense of certain zones count as touching other zones by sea, whereas other zones do not. There are restrictions, Sea Fusion. There definitely are restrictions. I can't show you at the moment because I don't have an interest to declare. But if I tried to declare somewhere else, it would potentially tell me I can't put it there because it's not a... doesn't land border something that I touch and isn't sea adjacent to something that I touch. Or could conceivably touch via sea. Now, has Britain still got that shortage of hardwood? No, they've actually balanced wood for once. Good for them. Okay, this is hitting about 2-ish, which means we're about ready to start constructing a construction industry. Our capital is Sydney. So we build a construction industry. These don't take very long to make. Their main problem is they cost a lot of upkeep. And they increase, now that we've got one building, it can be seen in the construction industry here. You pick how it's building. We are going to be building just using twigs and paper, more or less, because it's cheap. Built with the bones of emus, you couldn't possibly kill an emu. They only die of old age. Let's pop that up one. When this one finishes, we'll do that one. The Opium Wars have begun. We can watch Great Britain get very probably repelled by Qing. My experience is Great Britain doesn't tend to win this. Like 60-40? Well, they're winning at the moment. Ooh. They're about to take Beijing. Oh yes, and our law passed, so we should start a new law, shouldn't we? What do we want? Well, we've got this one. We could have slightly better than peasant levies. We could have national militia, and everyone supports national militia at the moment. The only reason that I can see to stick with peasant levies rather than go national militia, which ups your conscription rate, is if you're trying to be extremely cheap and not actually provide goods for your armies. The minus 25% military goods thing here can be quite a saving. The cost is that you can't mobilize as many things and as quickly. I mean, we don't care because we don't expect to have to actually fight anything. Well, there we go. Qing brought their numbers to bear and booted Britain back out. Beijing is no longer under threat. Now, with regards to war, my experience is that these numbers perhaps tick a bit too quickly. That ticking war score from holding the war goal is really kind of punishing in this game. If you're trying to invade a big boy and you have targeted something in the middle of their nation, it can very possibly be that you lose to ticking war score before you actually punch deep within them. The same sort of thing with other big nations that have sizable interiors. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Keep working our way towards railroads. Oh, and our construction industry is done. And now our eco flips slightly negative briefly. How's wood looking? Both of these are slightly positive, so we could keep pumping out a bit more. Here, here, here. Which one has the most spare infrastructure? Probably... yeah. Probably Sydney. Go up to 5, say. Argle. Argle. We like Argle. What else is worth mentioning? Australia gets... We get a nice bonus to people wanting to move to us because we are sparsely populated. Plus 40%. If we go look at the world map for where people want to move, you can see people want to move to certain bits of America, certain bits of Canada. Also, weirdly enough, certain bits of inner Africa, but that's just a sort of visual bug to do with the fact that, so if we, like, look at this guy and we actually look at his desire to be moved here, it's because he's a weird government form. Okay, no, not you. Where's someone else? That one? Okay, I'm used to this having a... Have they changed it? And I didn't pay attention when they changed it. Maybe. I'll get to look silly. Okay, I get to look silly. Anyway. Yes, so that's the equivalent of the old Vicky 2 system for America gets everyone's immigrants forever, except that now it applies to a number of locations. It applies to Australia and Canada and the US. And so we can mooch the world's population. Now, if you're a nation that didn't want their population escaping, perhaps say Russia wants to close its borders to stop its population leaving for greener pastures, you can do that. It is a law. And you come in here and you say, closed borders. No one gets in, no one gets out. I don't need that. But I don't really want the rural folk getting more popularity, I don't think. Let's go have a look. Do I want them being more popular? No, they're already too popular, so we'll just use this. We're getting a choice of, do you want A, extra chance of law passing, or B, less chance of law passing, but to influence the strength of one of the interest groups. And I don't really want the rural folk getting any stronger than they are, so we're going to pick the even more chance of law passing one. I am your... Well, no, I'm not officially your Australian rep for V3, but... unofficially, sure. Happy to answer questions to the best of my ability. If hardwood is still a net shortage, we should probably flip all of our... No, it's not a net shortage. But we should probably still flip at least one of these into producing hardwood as well. No, it would actually make less. Color me surprised. Yeah, there we go. Now, tech. So how much tech you start with depends on which nation you are. As far as I've been able to tell, Great Britain seems to start with the best. We, as one of Great Britain's dependencies, have the really, really nice position of getting tons and tons of tech spread from them. Tech spread is basically passively, you get slow progress towards a tech. So we're actively working on this thing, but we're also passively currently getting realism and logistics. Who has the worst tech? Yeah, it's probably all of the decentralized nations. Of the nations that I remember playing, I think China had the worst of the nations that I remember playing. Even, like, Sikh had slightly better than China. It's not modified by being a subject, but it sort of a little bit feels like that. It really is just based on your innovativeness. So how much innovativeness you produce modifies your tech spread, as well as certain laws. So if you have, for example, censorship, it modifies tech spread down, and it just feels like When you're first playing the game, it will feel to you like the liberal nations of like Canada and Australia get more tech spread because compared to some of the other nations that do start with things like censorship, you don't have that debuff. Make the church less interesting or make the rural folk... No, I'd rather depower the church, thank you. So is innovativeness entirely based on its... Innovativeness is base value plus number of unis you have up to a cap determined by your literacy rate. So my maximum 101 innovation can be invested in active research due to base 50 plus literacy 50. Now to actually get that full 100, I'd need to build a bunch of universities, and we can't afford paying for all those universities. And actually, well, we could pay for one. Speaking of paying for one, if we've got spare money and we're at our accumulating money cap, we should build another ability to build buildings building. Let's chunk that up to the top of the queue. Yeah, it still scales off unis, and unis cost you paper and upkeep for paying the academics. Okay, now that should flip negative because we're suddenly paying for a whole bunch of extra construction. Yes. The price of groceries is soaring across the country. The Conservative Party is finding itself under relentless pressure from the opposition, accused of recklessly toying with the welfare of its citizens. High price of groceries? Humbug! In my youth, we'd make do with less than you have now, and for double the labour. These outrageous food prices are nothing more than the musings of hysterical housewives. They'll just have to eat something else, so the Conservatives lose momentum. Momentum is, when there's a vote, momentum affects how many people will want to vote for them. Do unis have production methods? Yes! I think we have potentially... Well, we could make one, and I could show you. You're gonna be nice and visible? Sure, we'll make one. Just for you, Finn, we'll make a uni. Hope it doesn't bankrupt us, because we don't actually start with a very big economy. Now, do I want to be paying extra money or momentum loss? I don't care about their momentum. Their momentum can go down. Goldfields depleted. The rich mineral deposits in New South Wales have been drained. Mines are being shuttered. And the prospectors who were moving in begin to drift away in search of the next big strike. So this state, our capital state, loses temporary migration attraction, or get some radicals but keep most of the migration attraction. I could care less. It's my capital. Your capital gets a built-in buff to attractiveness. Because your capital is where your trading thing will be built when you eventually have a trading thing here. Okay, National Militia successful. That means that because we've passed 2 in a row that the armed forces like, they should be pretty happy with us at the moment. They're happy with the recent law changes. What I want to do now is probably get the intelligentsia in and these guys out and start doing everything liberal. So that's the nice thing. It doesn't matter too much if you don't have a tech selected more, Calb. Because tech spread, if you don't have a tech selected, your excess tech gets pushed into ones that you're getting spread in. So you don't get overly punished for failing to select a tech. And it also means that it doesn't make you feel bad that there is no tech queuing system, because probably what I would have liked to have done is to have the option to say this, this, then this, and have them queued up so that I don't have to worry about pausing and microing. There you go, tech spread, plus 10 from unspent innovation. You can see it in the list there. 25 base, 25 literacy, and 10 from unspent innovation. But yes, we do want railways. The primary limitation... So Australia has fairly reasonable amounts of mining and wood. What they don't have is all that much agriculture. It, if you ask me, is kind of ludicrous that Sydney, this state, this state, this state, and these two states have less agricultural availability. If you added all of this up, you would have less agricultural availability than Taiwan. I think the numbers are a bit... But, you know, they won Paradox Games. I'm sure they'll get the balance a bit better. And there are similar problems elsewhere in the world, like... You're going to tell me that all of Texas has less arable land than Taiwan? Really? But whatever. What does building gold mines give you? It gives you directly printed money. But it costs you infrastructure. And you can actually get screwed over. You can actually get screwed over. So, some of the states have this, discoverable resources, which means that things like gold or rubber or other things can end up being discovered there. And that can quite actually commonly lead to, in especially the states of Australia that start with lower base infrastructure, if you get like 3 or 4 gold mine events in a row in that state, you will actually go over your infrastructure limit. Well, go over the infrastructure that you're supposed to be using, just based on the gold mine event, and it can end up screwing that state's access to the global market. Yes, Taiwan is the breadbasket of it. Oh no, it gets... Don't worry, Greg. It gets worse when you actually look at the inland provinces. Right, so Shandong has more usable arable land than all of Australia, New Zealand, Papua New Guinea, and probably all of Sulawesi as well. Just Shandong. We should see if anywhere else has actually had discovered gold mines. No, there hasn't. And we should see if we've had enough time pass that this is... No. And I forgot that we need to suck up to Mama Britain as well. Really? What am I forgetting? Why don't I have raise relation with you? Oh, it doesn't... Yeah, I mean, I don't have to speed this up because it raises by default because I'm his subject. So it will happen. It will happen all in good time. We're nearly there. The magic number that we're waiting for here is 50. We're already at 43. We got our law passed. So we can start thinking about the next one. So now we have national militia. Do we want to try and get people to let everyone have a vote? I think yes. So who wants census suffrage or universal suffrage? The intelligentsia and the trade unions, but it would make the landowners super pissed, and it would radicalize them. This wouldn't radicalize them, so we might have to do it by steps. We might have to go census suffrage and then universal suffrage to avoid pissing off our landowners too much all at once. They don't like the look of losing too much power. What other options could we do? We could move towards complete separation of church and state. It's only 15 versus 20. How much was the, for example, census suffrage? 17. We could move towards elected bureaucrats, which minimizes the cost of tax buildings. In terms of, well, it minimizes bureaucracy cost per population. That's even less likely to pass. How about we consult the list? There's a convenient little list of ones that you currently get supported, and you can look at which ones are reasonable odds. Land-based taxation, no thank you. National supremacy, no. State religion, no. Charity hospitals, no. Police force, protectionism, migrant controls, closed, no, 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 no. And then you can look at ones that you don't have support for as well. We wouldn't mind schooling. Census suffrage, that one's fairly even. Public schools, it would piss off our clergy a bit. And then the rest are all like 0% chance. Or extremely opposed and no one wants it. Why don't you want state religion? Because we're being a liberal utopia. A liberal utopia. Thank you kindly, cow. So what of those ones do I feel like? I think we might try and get schools on the go. So who wants either public schools or private schools? Private schools are more likely to pass. Who wants it? The intelligentsia. Is it worth the 1% difference? I don't think it's worth the 1% difference to go private schools rather than public. So we will reform government, grab these guys in. Lag, confirm. And then see if we can't get schooling a go-go. It's not the best chance, so this may end up failing. If we get like 1 or 2 stalls in a row, this may end up puttering out and we have to decide to do something else. Get serfdom going. The people cry out for censorship. Caledon, you horrible person. The people long for censorship? They do. 50% of people want censorship. We know what they need better, though. And they do want public schools, just not as many of them. I think you could have some good fun doing a meme campaign where you literally just do whatever the people want most. Now, that uni has finished, so we can show that off to... Oh, no, it hasn't quite finished. It's still building. Oh, because we're doing the gold mines first. Yeah, that's fine. We'll do the gold mines first. You can have an NSA, Finboy. You can have secret police. So, guaranteed liberties, National Guard, secret police. Can have a sort of not very nice people that prevent state rebellions and reduce radicalism. They also want outlawed dissent. We're pretty tame on our censorship. We allow relatively high levels of sedition. Anything that isn't like a direct call to violence is pretty much tolerated in terms of political stuff. It always sort of gets my goat whenever America is all like, we have the best freedom of speech. And it's like, no, everywhere has limitations on freedom of speech. You have them too. You don't allow graphic descriptions of certain things, and it's a limitation on freedom of speech that you allow. Other places have slightly more or less, and pretending that it's sort of a binary all or nothing I don't think is helpful to the public discourse around the topic. Yeah, no saying fire in a crowded theatre is a good example. So the gold mine directly prints money, and it gets shown in here in terms of minting. So at the moment, something like 1/3 of our money is coming from that one gold mine. We could buy some tools and coal from Great Britain and actually increase the output of our gold mine a little. Are we having population shortage issues? Is that the issue? Yes, we are. So we've sort of run out of available population in New South Wales. We would like one of the people migrate to the colonies events. And here you can see the way that people actually act in a sensible way, right? So if they work in a job in a logging camp in this state, they'll get paid $7. Whereas if they go digging for gold, they'll get paid $8. So people are moving from their jobs in the logging camp into jobs in the gold mine. People, populace, pops are behaving in a sensible way. They are moving to where they can earn the most money. So, as a nation that starts with a bit of a shortage of populace, you may have to pay attention to where you're building things and spread it around or put it where there are population centers. If you're paying in a nation that has sort of infinite manpower and more people than you know what to do with, a la Russia and China, then you don't really care and you can just build jobs everywhere and it doesn't matter. The Anglican Church wish to strengthen our ties to the United Tribes. We must cherish our shared values. I don't want to make them stronger. Or the intelligentsia. No, absolutely intelligentsia first. We can check out if Great Britain is going to let us do this yet. Doesn't love us enough, but we finished sucking up to the other British states, so we can go spend some time sucking up to Great Britain as well. It's finishing. And we'll check out what the market wants. The market wants glass, lead actually. We do have a lead mine up here from memory, yes. Lead is in hot demand. And then glass, and then coal. We do have a very lovely amount of coal mine here. This is a pretty big coal mine. Why is there a check mark on events? As in here? That's just what the button looks like. That's the button you press to click it. Slip. That's the button you click to activate the event. Just like in EU4 where there's the little thing that looks like a letter with a tick box on it. Okay, a university exists, and you can see that there are multiple production methods. We don't yet have the technology for a philosophy department, but we can choose whether the nuns are the ones running the schools, or whether it's academics. It will cost us slightly more, an extra £100, to have not the clergy run the schools, but I quite like the idea of not the clergy running the schools. Don't want to get my hands smacked by the nuns. We can... Now that the intelligentsia are in our government, I can probably even afford to pay them a little bit less. And it's not like I'm at war, so we'll even pay the army a little bit less. Skimp a little bit more. Yes, there is. If you go look at your cultures, national formables, you can see what states you require. And it will even list them in a nice little list here if you hover. So, in order to form Australia, we need to own 7 out of 7 of these. You can do it one way or another. Now, what else is out of balance in our global market, or in our little Great British market? Coal, glass, and food. So So we could well justify building a glass factory somewhere. Now, what I would really love, Paradox, if you would change, pretty please, is add to this screen another column that is the infrastructure. They do have conveniently here the peasants, so how many workers are available. But what would be really, really nice would be as if this screen also told you the available infrastructure. Because if building something's going to take you above the infrastructure limit, that's information you don't want to have to click on the state specifically to go find out. I mean, there are a bunch of things that are in the leak that I think would be nice information to have. In the leak, if you hover over this... No, where is it? This? It provided a list of, like, here's things you could produce more of to help raise your average SOL. And I honestly think that that would be a nice thing to have in this, or else maybe make it a little pop down. Do I like using the macro to build? I tend to like using these things. And then in here, either by on the state or on in here. You think some of that was added in by modifiers? I don't know. I didn't play the leak. But my understanding is I have seen screenshots of the leak where that is so. Where if you hover over this, it had little lists of here's stuff you could produce to raise your SOL. So we got the ability to technically have trains. What next? We could go make alcohol. There was a shortage of food. Was there also a shortage of booze? No, booze is about right. Although there's a lot of booze being made by subsistence farming. Oh, and we passed our, what did we get past? Well, we got something past, and we can pick something else. So what do we want next? We could change over to elected bureaucrats. Who wants it? No one wants it? No one wants it, so that's not really allowed. Fair enough. I'm certainly not transitioning into hereditary bureaucrats. We could move towards total separation of church and state. It will critically piss off our church, though. How strong are they? Come on. 14%. They are losing clout by the day, though. If we wait a little bit longer, they might lose enough of clout that we can just ignore them. Well, we got our public schooling. Thank you, Cal. We wouldn't mind getting kids have to go to school. So actually, maybe we make that our next tech line. We do need nationalism for clicking the button to absorb the other Australians. So we'll do nationalism and then look at progressing towards making kids go to school. Although I would like to make alcohol as well. So glass, we were looking at glass. 1 glass in Queensland. And it can go before the logging, unless logging is also short. Now, I tend to like logging because it makes reasonable money and is so much quicker to build. Different things cost different amounts to build. If you hover and look, you'll see that basic farms cost 150. And the same is true with woodcutting, 150, and also fishing. But the bigger things, like mines and factories, cost a considerably larger amount. So simply because you can sort of build 3 or 4 woodcutters for every one fancy factory, especially if you're a nation with lots of available workers to do jobs, it can be quite valuable to spam out lots of woodwork / basic farms. in terms of getting more of your population out of subsistence existence and into the real workforce. Nutball and Stalin, South Australia best, but we don't start as the biggest, so... And these decisions for absorbing the others are based on whether you're the biggest. Or at least bigger than one of the other ones that exist. Oh, oh, oh. Beijing is falling. Britain's making another push. But they're losing? No, they're winning. They're winning again. Korea's even helping out. And here we see pointy stick versus gun. Pointy stick versus gun. Not long now and China might fall. They might get pushed back into the ocean again, though. Free Trade Party. There's going to be an election in a little bit. You can keep watching this. Central Archive spreads to us. And the Opium Wars are successful for Britain. Qing will eat their opium and they will like it. This also means that this is going to rebalance again now. There won't suddenly be the shortage of tea that there was. Opium's back to flat instead of overproduced. Where's tea, though? Am I blind? Alcohol, sugar, blah, blah, blah. Where is tea? Oh, there we go. Oh, he's been building tea plantations. Or maybe EOC has been. Or EIC, I should say, sorry. How's the glass factory going? Now, we do produce our own lead, so we could even conceivably jump up to leaded glass. We wouldn't have to worry about Britain stealing all our lead quite as much. We produce 20. It would eat 20 more. Would also eat more goods, but it would produce considerably... Do I want to do that? I mean, it says it's going to make an extra little bit of money, so we'll say yes. And there's still a shortage of rail transport. The high price of groceries have been a prominent talking point in the Free Trade Party election campaign, arguing that the free trade policies would drive down prices. Don't be fooled. Trade restrictions are not called protectionism because they protect you. They protect a select few profiteers, not from starving or poverty, but from competition. They protect them from the world. They have you think you're safer with a New South Welsh boot on your neck than you would be free. It's time to stop protecting them. This is the age of the global market, or our policies are needed to keep the economy stable. So which of these two parties do I want to be gaining power is the question. And we go look. I don't really like the Conservatives. I don't mind the Liberal Party. Who were the Free Trade Party, though? Oh, the Industrialists. I forget what you like. What do you like? So they dislike universal suffrage, which is actually quite bad. They like wealth voting. They like per capita taxation. And they like colonial exploitation. They like free trade. Child labor laws. They don't sound like good people. They like private schools, no migration controls, and poor laws. Poor laws aren't actually that bad. Do we have poor laws? We do not have poor laws. We could get ourselves some poor laws. People would like them. How short are we on this? And how much would it cost us to institute poor laws? So if you go here, it will tell you how much a new law or increasing one of your existing ones by a level will cost you. We do have 10 available, so I could totally either increase our education or get poor laws. And honestly, let's look at the price of paper and maybe think about doing both. They don't sound like good people. They don't. They don't sound like good people. They want the kiddies working in the mines. Also, how's this? This is now in a bit of a shortage, so we probably would actually make neck money flipping them all over to hardwood. And indeed we will. We should be upping the synergy of our cows with our wheat farms. So we put the cow poo on the wheat farm, and that makes the wheat farm produce more wheat, which we then feed to the cow. It's a beautiful circle of synergy. Both of those will help produce a little bit more money. What's wrong with a sprinkle of child labor to grease the economy? That it slows down pop growth and education. Oh yes, we were thinking about what law to pass. So, do I want those poor laws? I don't really want to be paying welfare payments. I'd rather be doing something else. Who wants this? The trade unions and the church, but not the industrialists. But we don't have pharmaceuticals yet. We could also go for looking at that one. Landowners wouldn't hate it actually that much, but no one really supports it, and everyone else hates it. We could move towards being multicultural, and actually people want multicultural, so this works. Go. We'll do multicultural. The industrialists have expressed their satisfaction with the direction being taken by a country and its newly built factories. There's only one possible direction: forwards. Progress is like a train that doesn't stop. Doesn't wait for anyone. You're either in or out. So, bonus loyalists whenever we raise population standard of living, or the industrialists gain attraction and approval. I probably actually want their approval here. How much immigration do you think you can pull once you go multicultural? A lot to very welly. The population number tends to go brr once you yeah. It seems to me pretty unreasonably good, honestly, but once again, no research. So we got our nationalism. The next thing was child schooling. So what did we need for child schooling? Is it labor movement? There we go. Restricted child labor. Okay. And then one logging camp. And we got to decide what we want to do again. So we could totally do groceries. There's still a shortage of glass, so we could do even more glass. There is still a shortage of lead, so we could do even more lead. How many available people are here? 7? could also up that. Yep, that makes more money. Dyes are pretty cheap at the moment. India is producing far more dyes than the British Empire currently needs. Yeah, I reckon we'll up one more glass. Well, no, because it would take us over the infrastructure. We don't have trains yet. What about here? You're also over. Hopefully one of these depletes and then we don't have the being over the limit thing. And then here. Well, one other way, rather than... The two ways of basically I use to decide whether you want to build something is look at this and build what helps bring the economy into balance. Or two, look at your existing list of buildings. So, in here and here. And look at which ones are producing the most money. And build more of the ones that are currently making you the most money. So at the moment, it's the goldfields and the glass works that are winning. And also that one lead mine. So honestly, probably another glass works. Fair enough. Nah, do it this way. More important than the logging camp. Now that we got nationalism done, we can click our absorb one of the other Australian buttons. So this, as far as I understand, randomly picks one of the other Australians that is smaller than you, have at least amicable relations and greater GDP. And then it will eat them. If we're lucky, we got Western Australia. Now, it doesn't add it as a full state, so we're going to have to incorporate it. It doesn't take long because it's mostly the correct culture, he says, when it's really Aboriginal. Although it's increasingly Australian. They were using far more infrastructure than this actually has because the AI cheats. Well, it doesn't cheat. It was their capital, and you get bonuses in your capital. So this state has that problem that I talked about where infrastructure usage has gone burr because of goldfields. So the goldfields mean that these people can't even import their clothing from Great Britain, basically. They're going to get screwed over. On the other hand, it is a lot of extra minting money for us. We just went from like minus 1k to plus 2 and a bit. That said, we now need to produce more bureaucracy. So probably a paper mill and a bureaucratic center. We did also unlock the fancier bureaucratic production method, but seeing as we don't even have a government administration yet, we can't use it anywhere. And now that those gold mines are keeping the economy afloat, I'll delay building the glass mine for that. Use the extra money to build them a railway? We could. These guys are suddenly unhappy with things. Yeah, actually, that's a good idea, Morv. I can agree to that. If you hit plus, it puts it to the bottom of the list. If you hold Alt and plus, it puts it to the top of the queue. And that is a really helpful thing, and the tooltip even tells you that. Because oftentimes you'll want to build something as an A1 priority, and you'll want to put it to the top. Night, Finboy. Cheers for hanging out. How's our colony going over here? And also, can we not do you? Indeed we can. So we'll colonize these guys. Steal that. Now that we touch this, we can do this bit as well. Maybe cause these guys to rise up in unhappiness. What's this? Papa Great Britain is looking to attack Kutai. What for? To turn them into a subject. Great Britain wants... What does this even produce? A little bit of tobacco and some bananas and a little bit of tea? I mean, the British Empire always wants more tea, right? Have we grown big enough? We've already grown to rank 17 from whatever it was, like 76 in the world. We're already all the way up at 17. And that might mean that we are now... We are a minor power, yep. So we probably get an interest, yep. So we can pick somewhere else that we could potentially have an interest. The tea must flow. It's like the spice. I'm going to add it to here, and we are going to colonize Sulawesi. Once it gets added, it takes time. Now, strictly speaking, I think that this would be the better area to colonize. It doesn't have malaria, but in terms of staying near Australia and sort of a little bit RP-ish being Australia-esque, then we're going to stay over here. You see the extreme speed that you get from colonizing a malaria zone. It's a little bit slow. Just a little bit slow. Oof. Now, how many people are available here? Also none. So we need that railway for this. Are you producing cargo port? Do. It will use extra clipper ships, but it will help mean that this is no longer quite so horribly over the limit. At least until the railway kicks in. I mean, maybe once the bar gets to like 70% morb. Mordcalb. I'm quite happy letting this not be negative. We don't have such a big industry base that we have a big debt capacity. Like, strictly speaking, you should probably be running this ever so slightly negative all the time, as long as you're growing at about the same rate as the number is going negative. But yes, we do not have iron sea fusion, so wood frames for us. I'm not importing iron and whatnot from Great Britain. Swapping this over is huge cost compared to our size. No. If you aren't one of the, like, these guys, if you're more or less anywhere else in the world, you're probably going to be sticking to wood and fabric for quite a while. Especially if you're this, I would honestly say it's a really good way of getting lots of employment. You do nothing but make woodcutters, construction officers that makes more woodcutters and more construction officers, and you do the whole building industry Ponzi scheme. There is iron. We will eventually be able to make iron. We don't start with our iron mines active. Can we annex SA? We've got to wait 2 years. So because we already clicked the absorb another guy, at a national level we get this modifier, unifier, for like a 2-year period, and when it runs out you can click the button again. So next time we'll either annex SA, Tassie, or the Maori one. Is V3 so bad? Everyone says so. Exclamation mark thoughts. It's just my shadow, if you want my sort of first impression thoughts type stuff. Okay, we got that. And between that and incorporating this, it is Ponzi Scheme the video game? It is a little bit. What's going on? So we're having to pay an ever-increasing amount of money to Great Britain, which sucks. The counter-argument is that we could start demilitarizing. So If Great Britain's going to keep our army going, why even have an army at all? 3 regulars. Yeah, we'll get rid of the Victorians as well. You can go away. You're a cost I don't want. Frees up more people to do other things. We've got some available infrastructure. What of sulfur, logs? Well, the glassworks is actually taking up 2 of that in a sec, so that takes us up to 6. Yeah, that's about right. 6 and then maybe 1 more. Wheat or cow? What can we do? Wheat's actually in demand, so I reckon we'll do a wheat. Come on, multiculturalism. It's so close. Alas, no, but we got a successful progress, so next time it's more or less ensuring that it will succeed. No active research. What do we want next? So we got our child one. We can look at child labour laws after this. We could go for this, or we could go for population infrastructure. Get the plumbing going instead of everyone having an outhouse. The Marrakesh front. I don't care. Are you trying to enforce no slavery here, Britain? No, he's trying to puppet Morocco. Sometimes I've seen them try and force no slavery around here. But at the moment he's just trying to treaty port them and puppet.
I've heard there are jobs here.
Malaria drug?
I want to be a lion tamer.
It doesn't do much, honestly. I've not really seen it do that much. It still progresses whether or not you have the malaria drug. Like, maybe if you were someone that had 50 colonies, it would be more worth it. But seeing as we've just got the 2 or 3... How many more months until we can click our Australiaficate more button? As soon as Great Britain finishes losing this war. And we need to add some more things into the queue. So where is there available? Here has more infrastructure but not more people. So we could go make some jobs. Although that said, the goldfields will start filling up again now. So that's actually not really quite so true. Iron? What does the market need? The market need... Oh, God, yes, the market needs iron. So, like 4 of you, maybe? Let that wheat farm finish, though. I usually see Great Britain do a war every couple of years. They like throwing their weight around. I kind of do like the idea of letting the church be less powerful, and I don't want manufacturing output to go down, so we'll depower the church out of those 2 options. So this might be an example of where the war score system is a bit... -5 from being 50% occupied. Like, it's a bit surprising to look at this and see Great Britain is halfway to giving up against Algeria, who has, what? 30 troops compared to Britain's, like, 300? He treaty ports them. And now we're at peace, we should be able to absorb another one of the states. So, eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Which do we get? The answer is Tasmania. So we get Hobart and Launceston. Ah, you can actually see Launceston. Oh, okay, it's actually Devonport, but close enough to Launceston up here. Oh, there's Launceston. I visited here. It's very, very nice. I've also visited here. Didn't like it quite as much as I liked there. Anyway, we can incorporate this into our state. Might as well. We should look at what's here. 4 of 5, so we could have one more. What is in need? Cotton, sugar, wood. Wood is in need. In fact, wood is in so much need that it might be cheaper to... or it might be a net money maker to flip over to giving all these guys tools. Indeed, it totally is. And then we'll build one more. In terms of Great Britain, yes, how? But it applies to everyone. Like... Anyway. Ooh. Sure. No, and then we're apparently neutral. You could make more making citrus. And you could make more. We'll make some wine, why not? If the market needs some wine, we'll make some more wine. Canneries gets done. Alright, and then these iron mines come online. And if multiculturalism would finish... Why are you taking so long? Is our government currently... Okay, our government's currently having some problems with low legitimacy, and that's why it's taking so long. We can't kick them out of power at the moment, though, because they're angry. And you're not allowed to kick people out when they're angry. From memory. Who wants to join? The petite bourgeoisie. Okay, maybe it's only when they're absolutely incensed. What if we added the trade unions? No, that's a net down. So we'll get rid of the trade unions. And that will take our legitimacy from like 6 to 30, which should drag the time it takes to pass each one of these cycles down considerably. Yeah, that's making progress a bit quicker. The downside is whenever you kick things in and out, you make more radicals. Except if you are a voting type nation, then you get to rearrange it for free whenever there's just been a vote. Now, what else? Where's all this disappearing? Great Britain's stealing money in terms of diplomatic pacts, government wages, and construction. We might want to pause construction for a little bit. Can you call an early election, or is it on a timer? I don't think there's a quick election button. Not that I know. There isn't a quick election button that I know, Death's Head. Let them fight, who cares? So we've got 2 more absorbings and then we will be pretty much finished Australia. How are we doing for 2 more? Fair enough. Let this recover for a little bit. A new gold rush. Extra gold throughput in Victoria, or even more population attraction. That's quite a lot of gold, and it's probably screwed up this state's infrastructure. Yeah. I mean, I do want more people to come and visit, but I'm tempted by the gold as well. You know what? You can have a train line as well. Straight to the top of the list. And we will unpause to build that. Are the Chinese immigrating? Well, slowly our population grows at the moment. The real boosts, as far as I've seen, come when this unlocks. And we have got pretty good SOL. British Columbia is doing slightly better. And Alaska. Alaska is doing really nicely. We could check out how much immigration wants to move around. There's some bits of Inner America that are as good as us, as well as Siberia. But other than that, we're pretty much the largest big green blob. Because we still have discrimination and not multiculturalism, people aren't going to want to move here yet, Cal. Ooh. Hello. I don't see you beating someone that has literal thousands to your tens. I'm sorry. But good luck to you, Heavenly Kingdom. Oh, here we go. The natives are thinking about rising up. So, because I'm colonizing them out of existence, they're trying to rise up and stop us from colonizing. We grab a new general. Oceania. We pick who we want it to be. Now, you make this decision based on which traits they have. So if they have traits that you want, you might want to pick one for the traits. The other thing that you use to pick this is which party they're from, because it helps empower that party. So at the moment, I would rather it be from the intelligentsia or not the rural folk. So I think we'll go with Armed Forces Man, unless he has really crappy ones. I don't want the Opium Addict as my guy, so well, yeah. Armed Forces Man it is. Now he's a general, he can take control of troops. How many troops a person can control is dictated by their rank, and you can promote them at the cost of some bureaucracy to allow them to have both more political strength, but also how many units they can command goes up. Mobilize. Now, because we are a militia nation, we actually have a really high number of conscripts relative to this. And I actually really like this way of playing because it means you only pay for your army when you actually want them, rather than constantly paying for your army all the time, right? Instead of military wages being huge all the time, I quite like the you only pay for your army when you need them aspect of this. There's only 2 of them. Our enemy only has 2 units. Oh no, they have 3, but they also probably won't have gun. So simply the fact that we have a gun should mean our 3 will beat their 3. I don't think I need to raise all my conscripts. Chuck them on that front. Maybe a couple, just to get this done quickly. 4. There, that'll do. But no more than that. I don't want to pay for more guns than that. Next tech. We got our sewerage done. If we're about to be at war, that actually wouldn't hurt, but no, I think we'll go with the ability to go make some alcohol soon. And when did we clicked that button, go away again? July of next year. Government wages go up and up and up. Okay, they are actively rebelling. Make sure you've been told to push the front. You have. Gun versus pointy stick. Oh, they have enough pointy stick. Okay, maybe we do need some more people. And this is why I say I don't particularly like the... Like, you would think that if we have 3, right? If we have 3 battalions versus 2, you would attack any single front that you would attack with all 3. And instead he chooses to attack with 1, and you don't have control over this, right? It's quite frustrating. And this is why I don't really like the mill system in this game terribly much. We will go full raise then. Bring overwhelming numbers to the situation. There we go. Whew. Give them a couple of months. They'll want their peace. So yeah, don't love the mill system. God, those diplomatic expenses. Pause again. Well, no, finish the railway first, then we'll pause. Like 3 more days. 1, 2, there we go. We absorb them. We can incorporate them into our nation. It's going to take a little while. Now, does this state have a boat yet? It probably doesn't actually have a port. Let's see if it's complaining about isolated regions. Indeed it is. It's complaining about this not having access to anything, but it doesn't actually produce anything yet. So I don't care if it doesn't have access. What's it going to do? Not deliver the gold? That doesn't work that way. Gold automatically goes here. The colonies of Australia have been... so Great Britain has clicked the button. We didn't click the button to absorb someone else. Great Britain has. And he has now merged us with the Maori. Yes. He's merged us with the Maori. And again, we're getting screwed over by the goldfield stuff. Ruining our available infrastructure. What we can do to at least fix that a little bit here is maybe say that this can be a cargo port. That then means we should build some more here. That's going up by, say, 4. We could have 4 extra either iron, coal, logging, fish. What's the most needed? Last we looked at was iron. Well, it looks like iron need has dropped away a fair bit. Fish. Wood. There is some need for hardwood. And there's a... coal is actually the big... Coal and coal and steel are the big ticket items at the moment, and a little bit more lead. Yeah, we still need my actual home. We need here. One more click and we're there. What do I want to build here then? Are the lumber mills still making money? If they're still... Oh, and we could fiddle with these. Yes, that makes more money. Yes, that makes more money. I'm surprised that that makes more money when I don't have transport. I don't think that's being truthful. That makes more money. I don't actually need the extra... Well, we're almost there, actually. Yep, we'll go up to full filing cabinets then. And with full filing cabinets, secularized, please. Then we could go increase our... That's enough in excess now. But if we come across here, we could afford to up our education. His Majesty Field Marshal Victoria Saxe... Oh no, Her Majesty Field Marshal Victoria Saxe Coburg Gothia. Alright. Most of this is building. Although there is some... Yeah, there's always more government wages. And always more Great Britain wants more money. I honestly think the diplomatic money is a little high, how much they ask for this, but... Like, it really encourages you to go absolutely no army. To my thinking. Like, else what am I paying for? And Calendar said, maybe leave off each other's throats, eh? I can see what they want to do. They don't want you to have to individually micro thousands of units across thousands of provinces, especially if you look at how many subdivisions they've made in the USA. They've subdivided each of these states into like heaps and heaps of little sub areas. If you fight here, you will notice just how many little sub areas they've broken these into. Having to micro across all of them individually would be painful. So I can understand why they want the automated army system. I've got the authority to spare. It's just a question of them getting it feeling a bit better, I think. Think of how you bled my vassals. Vassals are just allies that can't refuse your call to arms. Here we go. Croatian people have begun migrating to Victoria. So we need some more infrastructure in Victoria, which we just built. And this is where we get to the point now. We always want there to be available jobs. So if there is available infrastructure, and there is, we should be churning out... I'm surprised that isn't making money. Surely that's making money. Yeah, it's making good money. Let's pump that up to 5. And that means we're going to need some more lead. The market still does demand tons and tons of that extra glass. We have our multiculturalism now. The only thing we need to do is get rid of being biased against non-British people. Freedom of conscience, multiculturalism, and this. Elected bureaucrats one day. What else would we like? We'd like to give everyone the vote. Now that we're multicultural, people want the universal suffrage. Would this cause anyone to go ballistic? The landowners would go a little bit ballistic. So we might need to... How much control do they still have? Or are they marginalized? Nah, they're marginalized, so we don't have to care what the landowners want anymore. Pretty much. So we can go get the popular vote. The other one is the industrialists. They are somewhat strong. We might have to change our tax methods, which we could also look at, because it might be possible to optimize this a bit. How much is this? 2.2? 2.5? If we flip this around, what could we get? Yep, we could trade that into being services, and it would be less expensive. And produce more money. And give us some spare to tax, oh, I don't know. Luxury clothing. Luxury clothing looks like the best I'm seeing. Go. That drags the economy back into the green. It's also complaining about no tech. Mechanized workshops, yes please. That is one of the most important techs because it raises your, here, economy of scale. So when you have more than one building of the same type together, you'll notice we've got 5 here, you get a bonus. For every one above the first one, you get an extra bit of throughput. So 5 logging mills all in the same place are more effective than 5 logging mills in 5 states. The cap where this stops raising is, to start with, 20 from memory. And it raises with tech, and that tech is one of them. So there's this one, and there's also shift work. Get this happening. Actually, the normal porcelain is maybe not worth doing. How expensive is... Lead is actually super expensive again. We should consider building some more lead plants and maybe dropping this back to... yeah, leaving it on forest glass for the moment. Porcelain isn't so cheap that it's still not worth making. It might become that way once the rest of those are built, though. So we'd like to do lead. Can we do more lead? Is there anywhere other than Queensland that can do lead? Yes, Tasmania can do lead. I did not remember that Tasmania can do lead, and we could fit 2 of them. Then why not? And that can be more important than the iron and the logging and the glassworks because it actually is at the moment. Lead is more demanded than the glass. And now we should start seeing this number just... This number should whoosh to the moon, now that we're multicultural. Oh look, Chinese people have begun migrating to Queensland. Can we click the Federation button? Yes, it's gone past July, thank you. We could probably click the last of these things. Ta-da, we absorb South Australia. We can incorporate it into our state, but that means we now need another bureaucracy building. Finish that Iron Man, then do the bureaucracy building. How is South Australia for its infrastructure and stuff? It's using things perfectly. I am now, so this is where I physically live in real life. I'm now a part of our Australia, and we can indeed possibly go click the button to officially become Australia. Release New Zealand, dream on. Cultures, here, Australia, do. Dun, 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 and we have Australia. And now cruisers people have begun migrating to South Australia. I'm sorry I'm mangling that, but... And look at that number. Look at that number to the moon. Undeserved blame. Some Australian people are unfairly blaming the living conditions in South Island on their neighbours. They say that they've taken all the jobs and that it's impossible to earn a fair wage. We must live together. We've got spare authority to spare, so we don't mind losing that. Or ignore it. No. Oh, and there's a bit of a bug here. Add blank to South Australia. Next research. Okay, what do we want next? Increasing our construction throughput would be nice. This basically makes your construction buildings more efficient. 7 years is a bit of a long time to research, though. I don't need these. We could work our way towards the anti-malaria thing. Parties, particularly the Free Trade Party, are struggling to raise enough funds for their campaigning needs this election. Let's see what you mean by what you men are charging. Fees, yes, that's to be expected. But what's this lodging charge? That fancy hotel room could house half a village, and there's enough wine billed here to drown a fish. Votes don't come cheap, sir, and you want to win, right? So do we want to literally spend money making a group more powerful, spend even more money, or say that they can sod off? They don't get a cent of my money. Yeah. Current bureaucratic shortfall. This is bad. If this number ever goes red, you lose tax efficiency everywhere. Which is why we're fixing that as our next thing to be done. Yes, as Australia, if you focus on society and production, you can become an industrial powerhouse. That's my experience of playing them. As long as you keep building more ability to have infrastructure, so more railroads, more jobs, like more factories to work to use that infrastructure, more and more people from all over the world will just keep moving to you. And the same sort of thing happens if you're Canada and the US, and you're doing the whole multicultural liberalism type thing where people actually want to move there. Australia has the benefit of this, and we have the sparsely populated thing, right? So you start with the sparsely populated modifier. We are literally almost 50% extra attractive because of how low population we are in relative to our area. America gets it a fair bit as well. So if we go check out some of their states, they'll have the same modifier. Sparsely populated, even to a stronger extent, 80 here. But like there are other places that realistically don't have very many people compared to their area. Like this area looks about the same size as Victoria, right? At least on the map. And yet their sparsely populated modifier is a bit different. Please show how the pathetic non-old world or RGOs. Pathetic? Like, do you know how much oil, coal, and other shit Australia produces? Yes, you can see that. So you can look and you can see how much lead, iron, etc. Australia actually has pretty decent amounts of mining. Coal, 30. There's nothing in Northern Territory. Sulfur, lead, 60, 30. Iron, 40. 80. That's one of the best coal mines in the world. 30. 20. And 15. And then over here, 2020. The thing that we don't have, as far as I'm concerned, that's a reasonable balance, is arable land, right? You add up Western Australia, Northern Territory, SA, Queensland, Victoria and New South Wales, all of Australia comes to like maybe 300 or 400. And then you go look at the province of Shandong. 900. I'm sorry, but there isn't more arable land in this than in all of Australia and New Zealand combined. It's a little bit silly. Or the same thing where you compare that to, say, I don't know, Florida plus Texas. You would think that those two together have more arable land than Shandong. Just farm the middle bit. True. Like, Vomit is raising a fair point that a lot of this is desert, but this bottom quarter, and you can actually see it, the bits that are green, but this bottom quarter, and especially along these rivers, is just as farmable as along, like, the rivers up here in the mountainous bits that are still given really good farmland along the mountain rivers. There are some province-based modifiers, so the Australian desert, agricultural throughput down, infrastructure less effective, and state construction efficiency, so it takes more to build. When you do build train lines, they aren't as effective, and the farms you build there are crappier. Same thing with everywhere that has mountains, and the whole right side of Australia has pretty much the mountains. Victoria doesn't get it. Victoria is the one that's actually allowed to be good. And that applies to most places with actual mountains. So if you go look at, like, the Rockies here... I'm sorry, the Appalachians, wrong mountains. I don't know my American mountain ranges from each other. Apologies. Exclamation mark idiot, maybe, if you particularly care about which mountains are called which mountains. There are some nice ones. Most of them are bad modifiers like that. There are some nice ones, like the Scottish fishing one. So Scotland up here get bonus fishing throughput, plus 20% fishing. The upper coal belt here of England get extra coal throughput. So here, and here get extra coal throughput. And certain nice states in India get, like, we're on a really nice... Well, that one's actually got one that I haven't paid attention to before, Natural Harvest. But certain other states over here in India get, like, we're a food bowl. Agricultural... Indus Valley, agricultural throughput. You'll only raise eyebrows if I call the Appalachians the Alps. I'm not quite that bad. Not quite that bad. Okay. So it's giving me a warning about I could rearrange this to have non-zero legitimacy at the moment, which is true and we probably should do. So, who should we get in and who should we get out? It would be kind of nice if there was a button here that was auto-optimize and it just tried to make it as big as you can do it, rather than having to manually play the little hokey-pokey game of poking people in and out to see who actually gives you good alignment. Okay, the industrialists are a no. Apparently even just no one is a no. A little bit of rural folk seems good. But I don't want the trade unions. They're meanies. They want naughty laws. I want to go do my kids must go to school. Oh no, that was the other people. It was the industrialists, not the trade unions. Fine, trade unions, you're welcome. You who I want to not have. Can we have you? We get rid of, say, you and you. Yes, the trade unions want the nice things. It was the industrialists who are not the nice people. That'll do. 76. I can't be bothered optimizing that more. And then we can go try and get our kiddies' schools, right? Once we have human rights. We'll do that after we've gotten our quinine. Yes, but we're finishing building this, so it will be going away. We're making enough money we could add in a construction sector, or we could start looking at moving up to to this. Now, my position is now that this number is going to the moon and we're not going to be short on people, we should probably still be concentrating on the inefficient but uses lots of people method, perhaps. How much would it cost us to swap over to this? So, at the cost of how much it would cost to maintain one extra, one currently produces 4. Yeah, actually, this is cheap. This is cheaper than building more of them at the moment. Can you create a communist nation? Yes, you can, friendly computer. So in here, there is Council Republic, a political system where the workers elect delegates, and that will then open in a lot of these things where you can say the ownership is then a worker cooperative. So that the profits, instead of going to, in our case, most of the profits are going to... Where are we? The profits are currently going to the capitalists. The profits would go directly to the workers. And that is an excellent way of raising your average standard of living. Friendly computer. Rich mineral deposits in WA have been drained. The mines are shutting down. That's fine. I don't want extra radicals. Don't they also have flag changes based on ideology? You can get all sorts of weird flags. And the Heavenly Kingdom... Oh my god, they achieved white peace. How did you manage to get white peace? How? Well done, Heavenly Kingdom. I'm extremely surprised that your 70 units held up against the thousands of Chinese units. Communism raises... It only raises living standards, Antares, if the place is profitable. If and only if. They must have had the mandate. Okay, what does the market want? Does the market still want that lead? It does. You imagine them not having the opium debuff might have helped? Maybe a little. In a show of public support for the new universal suffrage reform, citizens of the Northern Territory have offered to volunteer organising upcoming elections. So this will help with enacting universal suffrage quicker, or universal pop political strength. I don't want people being more political. I'd rather the enactment speed and chance. Come on. Come on. Drag that positive. And then start being profitable. Very good. Although the British market balance isn't that bad. In fact, like 2 more... Well, actually it would need 5 more. So 1 more is fine. Yeah, 1 more is fine. What about up here? We could even squeeze in 1 more here. Sometimes don't trust this number. Look at this number. Like, this number tends to fluctuate week to week a little much. As long as this number is solidly positive, don't stress too much about how much that number fluctuates. Standard of living is shown here, friendly. It's always on screen. Okay, we got our everyone gets a vote. Universal suffrage, multiculturalism, freedom of conscience. We would like to swap this over to elected bureaucrats. So we need to get the petite bourgeoisie in government as well. Which will seemingly necessitate... Oh no, I thought they were in a little party with the armed forces. They aren't. So this hurts a little bit. But is necessary for getting this. There isn't actually good odds of this. But we might as well be trying. There's little else that we need in terms of our laws until we get the force kids to go to school stuff. Exclamation thoughts, friendly computer. Will give you my quick summary on... The thoughts command will give you my quick summary on the game. Fearless legionary, populace, or... No, I don't want him becoming a radical. Reformer could be good. Yeah, we'll go with Reformer. That is the, here we go. Hakka people are moving to Tasmania. Get this iron mine done. Looks like Britain has been countering the shortfall as well. But it doesn't hurt to have our own iron set up. In fact, we could start potentially making some tools. Let's see what there's a shortfall of. There's a shortfall of hardwood. What about normal wood? No, there's an excess of normal wood. Glass, food, furniture, lead, and steel. So we could add a bit of a food. I reckon we'll make a bit of a food thing here. We're going to use 8 up. 8 and 15. 27. 27. 28, 29. 30, 31. That's about right. Do they have cool history tidbits like Hoi 4? Are all the events generic? There are history events, so there's things to do with America reforming slavery or not. There's the rebellion in here. There's this one we've just seen happen. I haven't played tons and tons as the big majors over here. I imagine they have nice flavorful things, but I cannot say I like. The way that I see and enjoy the game mostly is making this number bigger, right? You want your population, your prestige, your GDP, your SOLs to go up. It is hard to go up when you already start at the top of the list, in terms of there's nowhere to go. Whereas as Australia, right, we started... Sort this list. We started way down here. And we have climbed in the 20 or so years up to 15th place. So I tend to enjoy playing the littler nations and climbing the ladder. That isn't to say that you can't have fun being the big boy and bullying everyone, just that I don't personally enjoy that quite as much. Probably in significant part because I find the war system a little bit eh. Yes, Kaladin. I have played China. I really like China. It is just constantly fiddling with balancing this, and you never have no population. There is always more population to give jobs. I really can say I enjoy playing China quite a lot. Whereas as this, we have to work to get that population. You're curious how rebellions and civil wars work in Russia, the US, and India. So, at the moment, right, we're trying to pass this, and it says that these people don't support it. If we go and hover in here, you can see that they are currently grumpy because they oppose the current law change. If they get grumpy enough, friendly, If they are both grumpy enough and politically influential enough, then they can start causing a rebellion. And you get a little rebellion-o-meter up here that says how much they have progressed to instigating a civil war. And so in terms of passing the laws mini game, you might want to, in terms of what your personal goals are for your playthrough, be to work towards multicultural, liberal democracy sort of values. But say you're playing as China, that can be really hard to do, to move towards those at the start, because you've basically only got one big political party, and it is really hard to get them not influential. And if you try and do too much at once, or too much without waiting in between, because the way it works is when you pass a new law, they get extra grumpy, and then that decays away over time. So if you wait long enough, they'll have forgotten about you passing the last law, and then you can maybe pass another one they don't like and wait. But if you try and do all of them at once straight away, they get super pissed off and lead to a rebellion. The other way you can try and play that system is maybe you pass one or two laws that they don't like and get them negative, and then flip one of those laws back to change them to being extra happy about it flipping back, so that you can pass one that they ultra hate, and then wait for the decays away and then pass the one that they a little bit hate. So there can be a little bit of a game of like flipping the laws back and forth to enable you to pass ones that people ultra hate, using the temporary buff from flipping one of the ones that they like back. Can you research gas attack, and is it as effective as it was in Vicky 2? I haven't played that late game blubber. There is in the tech mill down here chemical warfare and flamethrower, but I have not played that late game. I tend to, once you get into like the top 4 or 5, I have been swapping and playing something else. So I can't comment as to how effective it is. It is part of the game. Is it effective? I don't know, sorry. Is liberal democracy better than other systems, or is that just roleplay? It certainly seems better for attracting immigrants, but that's going to depend on what your goal is. If it is harder to do certain things like pass certain laws when there's a liberal democracy, and if your aim is to pass those laws, I can't really afford the bureaucracy at the moment. No, it looks like we're going to fail this. So we'll take that one, accept that this has failed, stop it, and look at something else we can do. How does the game work? Build or presumably just conquer stuff? I see it mostly as a building game, Isotolian. You could say like, you could try and play it as a, oh look, Great Britain's really industrialized this province. I'll go conquer this super industrial province from them and gain all their buildings. You can do that. You can go try and extract things that way, but because I don't really enjoy the warfare system too much at the moment, I don't play it like that. It is mostly a make your GDP and SOL numbers go up game, from my perspective. Zwang people are migrating to Tasmania. And now Manchu people. Money earning is up enough that we can have another construction sector or two. So we will chuck in 2 more of these. Actually, probably just 1 at the moment. They're more expensive now that they're using more than just twigs and paper to build things. Let them fight. I don't care if they kill each other. All the immigration, though, is starting to cost more bureaucracy. So we need another government building. We should check out if paper is super expensive. Where's paper? Paper is not super expensive, so we're happy to keep importing that for the moment. That hardwood, though. How much money are our logging camps making, then? Do you want us to stop? Is tools expensive at the moment? Tools is super expensive at the moment, so we will stop our logging camps using tools. And probably our cow slaughterers. Collapse that back down. Cow slaughterers. Yep, you save a lot of money not using tools at the moment. And what was the other one? Wood. I was going to turn this to not using. Yep, saves us about 3k a week. And that is maybe a hint that we should make a tool industry, so that we aren't so dependent on Britain's tool production. Lead has gone up again, though. Hello, bone china. Yes, please. And I guess that. Should probably swap you over to the same thing. That might tank the lead price. It is. So we want to add a bit more lead in then. Resources, lead. Queensland or Tassie? Queensland has more available people. I think that has to jump to the top of the list, although might as well finish the one that's 90% finished first. Look, I think the nice thing will be that it's moddable, and it may well be that you can mod in a warfare system to be more like what you would like. I can't speak to it myself, I haven't done any modding, but there have certainly been indications from Paradox that they have been trying to make this as easy to mod as they can. Can you micro anything while at war? You get to choose which fronts your armies are on. You get to choose which tasks and in what locations your navies are on. The market balance for this is absolutely horrendous at the moment. So you know what, Tassie, let's give you a railroad and massively expand your lead mine. Currently, each one of these produces about 40, and the market is shy. The market is cripplingly shy of hardwood at the moment. The market is shy by about 300. 300 div 40 is about 7. So there we go. And we'll do that. I do need the tax, and then the lead mines. Yeah, and that isn't something to stress about too much, Mordecalp. We don't have market access here and here. We're actually here and here. And it even gives you a nice little pop-up about it. Isolated states. But neither of these produces anything at the moment that we would want to get back into the market. So it isn't a big deal. This is having trouble. Why are you having trouble? Because presumably we got more gold mines. Yeah, we're getting screwed over by the gold fields again. So you need a railway. Finish that one first. And honestly, that one can wait until the lead mines are done. I've also discovered that you can, to a certain extent, potentially play and ignore infrastructure if you are willing and able to micro every single state into correct balance. Or else play a single state type nation. If everything is in a single state, it doesn't matter if you are over the Like, if you are just a one-state nation, it doesn't matter if you have no infrastructure because you'll have full internal market acceptance. You won't have external market access, but you'll have full... No, migration attraction is nice. You will have full internal market access. Migration is nice. And no, I don't want radicals. So we're getting a little bit screwed over by the gold mine events, giving us tons of gold. Oh no, how horrible. Lots of gold. I know it seems a bit of a hollow complaint, but it actually is a bit frustrating at times when you balance your infrastructure usage perfectly, and then suddenly you have another like 5 gold mines pop out of nowhere and unbalance everything. Can you play as a state of the US? They are, by default, one big nation. I'm sure that there will be mods for that, Pirate Butler. Someone will almost certainly make a mod for that. I'd be willing to put my life on the line that someone will make that mod. Someone is probably already making that mod. What do we want next? We wanted our quinine. So, society... Excellent. Then we wanted this for the sake of getting our children happier. We also have enough spare money that we could think about producing more tech. Maybe one more level of this, except that I should have alt-clicked it to put it at the top of the list. And I reckon another little bit of uni. So here, like, how much do you cost? One more uni would be nice. Chuck it to the top of the list. But after the construction industry and after that lead mine, which has already been partially finished. Day 1 George Washington as king mod. The new construction industry is costing, but it's also producing. How are these lead mines going? They are absolutely printing money. Delicious. The population number continues to climb. Beautiful. Yeah, there is, and I'm happy for it to stay there. I don't want this to go negative, Jingo. I'm happy this being small positive. Small positive is nice. Once it gets to like 2k again, then I'll kick it up to the top. Or if this hits like 80% of fullness, then I'll kick it back up to the top. Now we actually have some spare paper, some spare admin mana, because really this is admin mana. Let's not kid ourselves. We could up this. And if we've finished colonizing here, I could start doing Papua New Guinea as well. I could add in an interest here and we could do the little islands perhaps. Maybe? No, we're using it all just to do here. We could build a bit of a navy and that would let me add in some interests to these islands. But mostly those islands offer whaling and fishing. A little bit of timber, some of them, I think. But mostly whaling and fishing. Whaling, fishing. Yeah, a little bit of timber. Dutch don't seem to be colonizing very much. The Dutch East Indies, I haven't ever really seen them do very much. They tend to just sit there. I haven't played as them, so maybe they're busy dealing with internal stuff. We could try passing that law again, now that we've waited a little bit. So it was you to this, but it's still not very good odds. Let's see what laws we could actually pass successfully. We could become... No. This one's okay, but I don't really like professional army, as I said. I don't want to pay for a standing army. Mass conscription. Mass conscription. This is strictly better than national militia, from memory. This is basically combining the best bits of professional army with the best bits of the militia. Secret police, national guard, local police, dedicated police, militarized police. We could totally separate church and state. The church would be a bit grumpy. Yeah, I reckon that's worth trying to do. Totally separate church and state. So the people that have come here currently are a little bit grumpy about being forced to, in a little bit of a way, follow our religion. What can we do here? Coal. Coal, last we looked, was really short. Resort the list. Coal is still pretty short, so yeah, we're happy to add in some coal production here. And it has got a port. So 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Leave the last one available. What the hell? The Dutch East India. The Dutch East India Company. It's the Dutch East India Company in Dutch. Goka. Vicky 3 or U4. I wonder how much staying power this will have at the moment. It is a little bit samey to play as Nation A versus Nation B. Like the there isn't that much difference in making eco and population numbers go up to, from what I've seen. So I don't suspect that Vicky will have the same staying power for interest that EU4 has for me. But I can't speak for other people. Can you found Canberra? Canberra exists. It's also nominally the capital at the moment, I think. Yeah, it's nominally the capital. Sorry? No, the other way around, Cal. I was saying I don't think that this game has the same staying power. Maybe you think that's an upside because it won't eat your whole life. Radicals, radicals, or radicals. So basically, the decision to be made here is which group is smallest. If it's going to make 5% of the pops radicals, you'd probably want to do it to whichever group is smallest. Unless you're doing it to for the interest modifier / the approval modifier, which we don't really care about too much. So I'd rather do it on whichever one is smallest, which... Industry, trade unions, or rural. The rural folk are the smallest, so it looks like we should do them. I didn't jump in on EU4 at ground level. I joined around about just after Les Republica? Wealth of Nations things. Yeah, migration attraction is nice. So I can't comment there. This might be more full of a meal at release than EU4 was. Can't comment. This is now high enough that we can jump that extra construction industry up. Yes, egg loose, exactly. This number is now big enough that I'm happy to pop that to the top of the list. And then watch to see how much that draws back. Maybe even do one more. Nah, that's using it up pretty perfectly. In fact, that's using it up almost exactly perfectly. Okay, enactment percent plus 15, but the industrialists lose members, or the intelligentsia. So do I care about 5% enactment chance, or maintaining the position of the industrialists? The industrialists are in opposition at the moment. So I don't care about them. And I do care about the enactment chance, so we will select that one. We need to civilize the South. We are. Look, colony is happening. You just can't see it when you're zoomed out. You can only see it when you're zoomed in. We're also doing Sulawesi, although it's still slow going because of malaria. And we're still doing Papua New Guinea. We might even have these guys try and rise up and fight us like the Southern Islanders did. Mores people have become Africans, are now moving to Tasmania. Because there are available jobs. Available, good-paying jobs. Do you lose pops to colonization? It tends to be that you incorporate the... So these guys have built-in population, and you absorb their population into you as you colonize it. Is there a way to seriously speed up colonization? Yes. You could come in here and boost this up more. It would triple our colonization speed, but it would cost us a fair bit of paper. So like nominally if we went and we added in one more of those as an example, we could afford to boost that up. Sorry Cal, your my understanding is that that's wrong, that this number literally affects that colonizing speed. And yes, the malaria things. But I don't find the malaria drugs to be very effective. Like, nominally we got the malaria drug, and now instead of these taking 5,000, it's like at 2,000? Yes, the other kind in the laws also helps. So in the laws here, the other one of these is potentially also better for it. Migration attraction for unincorporated states versus not needing to pay people in the unincorporated states, and you get more crap out of them. So do your colonies want to be... do you want to set up colonies basically just to get mines running? Mines and wood fields. Migration attraction down, or I don't want more radicals. That number is going up enough that we could have another. And then we'll see what the market wants again. The market wants ammo, but I don't care about ammo. It wants clothes, it wants coal, it wants furniture, and it wants that. Where do we have available infrastructure space? We've got a fair bit of available infrastructure space here. How's lead doing? Lead is still a little bit expensive, so maybe it's time to set up our own... Both kinds of clothing is in demand. We could set up a bit of a clothing industry. So 28. And how profitable are you? Nah, there's tons of spare normal wood. I don't want to set up more logging at the moment. So we'll set up some clothes manufacturing. And as I've said before, I love that it tells you the available peasants here. What I would really like Paradox to add in is infrastructure. Add one more column to this so that you can see how much infrastructure you're currently at and what things in the build queue would take you to. Because as an example, at the moment, I wouldn't want to build a clothing factory here because it would take us above the infrastructure limit. Whereas I would like to build it either here or Victoria, where we're under. And then of those two, it's about even, but I'd rather do this because I'd rather save this population for farming. Because of the lack of nasty modifiers. So you here, 2. I tend to like building them in multiples of 4. We'll see how much available this we've got. We've got 30 to 48. So 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39. Is it possible to burn the world back to the Stone Age? No, because even if you destroy every uni, there's still tech rate earning from just existing. You earn 50 tech rate just from existing, which I kind of would prefer the balance to be more strongly in favor of you don't get any tech if you don't have any unis, and you only get it via spread. But it's probably a feel-good balance choice rather than a, like, what the heck? Okay, for a second I was worried that Great Britain was trying to eat me. He is trying to eat Tahiti. My heart stopped for a moment. Have we got promoted to a Dominion? Please say we got promoted to a Dominion. Yeah, we got promoted to a Dominion when we advanced into being Australia Fair, so we are safe from annexation. Puppets you can annex, but Dominions are invulnerable to annexation. Countries without universities still had directed research, though. True. They still had directed research, but if you then want to add in some sort of separate slider or something for converting money into research, I don't mind. Functionally, this is done in-game by building unis. I don't really care that it is a university as a building. From my perspective, it is a way of turning money into research. And if they're going to have research supported some other means, then it's still it's basically going to be the same as a uni, but with a skin change. Released patients from the Canberra Asylum have steadily denounced the practices involved in their treatment. Mistreatment of the sick, withholding of personal letters, disproportionate punishments have been among the charges. They would make us sit in a chair for hours, if not the whole day, in silence. We couldn't talk to other patients, not even read a book. They would only excuse us to go to the restroom if we were lucky. Otherwise, it was just a rusty chamber pot. No food, no water. If we were not sick, then we were admitted. We would be with... What? If we were not sick when we were admitted, then we would be within just a few weeks. So we can either have the trade unions take over, at the cost of some bureaucracy, spend some money, I'm absolutely not spending money, or the trade unions lose. I've got the bureaucracy to spend, they can have it. Active research. We could learn pragmatism, which would help. Yeah, we'll finish that off, even though we're getting the spread. Speed it up. Our food industries come online, and then we got to decide whether we want to make booze. Making booze would definitely make us a whole bunch more money. So booze it is. Canning would also make more money. And baking powder would make even more money. These are about to become some of the most productive buildings in the... Yeah! The #1 food industry in the world it was for a second. The people that work here make an absolute arm and a leg in wage. So the Social Democrats are being a bit naughty. Do we crack down on them? Or do we let them go unopposed? No, no, no. Don't be naughty. We are a utopia here. Don't be naughty, people. We should check if there have been any more gold mines that I haven't been paying attention to, and indeed they have. Push these all to the top of the list, because it literally is just money printing. That means this is going to need a port now, though. They won't turn them into sweatshops? Zwang people have begun migrating to the North Island. There are some available people. So what else would we like here? There is a shortage of coal, so we could certainly boost this up a bit. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Nitroglycerin. Whaling. I don't like whaling, ball and stalling, at least until you pass the, where are we in here? This one? Until you get, like, regulatory bodies and workers' protections, where you can get one of these sliders for workers' protections. I don't tend to like whaling for the same reason that we aren't suddenly doing nitroglycerin based here, even though it would earn us more money, because it kills your pops. Whaling is a mortality inducing job, just like handling nitroglycerin is a mortality inducing job, so it helps kill your population off. And in terms of make population number go up, me no likey. It might strictly be better. I'm happy to concede that you might actually be better off accepting the deaths from the nitroglycerin and the whaling, earning more money from it, and because your people are earning more money, more people will migrate and you'll actually have a net increase relative to the people that are dying off from it. But me no likey. Not evaluating on a is good or bad, but just I don't like it level. I wouldn't mind the more authority, but it's not going to let us tax anything, so it doesn't really do anything useful. We could get rubber, because we are colonizing a zone that has available rubber, and we might even be the first nation in the world to usefully produce rubber. I'd like to ramp this back up to normal. And the same with you. Some more Chinese are migrating. We could see if Britain has fixed the tool shortage. No, they haven't. I was hoping they'd fix the tool shortage and then we might start using hand saws again. Colonizing seems slow. In areas with malaria, it is horrendously slow. If we were to instead, I said where we should colonize from a strict, it is the best place to do it perspective would probably be here first. because there is no malaria in this area, and it is colonizable at game start. Argentina has colonized most of it, and Chile, but this at game start is not uncivs, they're decentralized powers. Gold mines are doing good work. Doing good work. In fact, we could probably afford another construction sector. Just the one, mind you. Oh. There you go. Someone was complaining that, it didn't look like other people were colonizing here. We can see the Dutch East Indies has actually started colonizing Papua New Guinea as well. Lawmakers working towards the enactment of total separation have found themselves mired in a particularly complex set of bureaucratic proceedings, grinding the work towards reform to a near halt. Damn this labyrinthine legal system, or cut through the red tape. So cost some bureaucracy and gain some radicals, or lose enactment chance. I don't want to lose enactment chance. On the other hand, 50% is really high. And radicals are forever, whereas this will just make it take longer. And taking longer is fine. Some more migrants. Let them migrate around. Population continues to climb. We've got enough spare bureaucracy, we could push that up a little bit. You know what? Let's add in one more. And then maybe push it up one more as well. How much are we paying to Great Britain? Oh, I don't want to know. Probably a lot. Let's have a look. Construction is our largest expense. Then diplomatic pacts. Well, actually government wages are slightly... We pay ourselves slightly more than we pay Great Britain, but it's still not cheap. It is still not cheap. Kisi people from Africa have begun migrating to Tasmania. If ever those textile mills will get finished building, after all the gold mines, they'll have jobs, eventually. In the strictest sense, yes, we could ramp this back down to 0 and make people grumpy and have slightly more money. The counter-argument, Goka, though, is I would actually have to have an army if I wasn't hiding under Great Britain's protective umbrella, right? And the cost of maintaining a reasonable army isn't trivial. Whereas at the moment, I have, like, 2 whole battalions. If there was a separate column here that was like military to GDP, I suspect we would have the world's worst ratio. I strongly suspect we would have the world's worst ratio. Someone's invading Oman? Yes, Great Britain is. Great Britain is forcing everyone into their customs union. More treaty ports. More treaty ports. You can access other ledgers by changing your map. Well, yes, we could go look at, for example, I tend to get at the migration one by clicking here, here, here. But you can also access it by going here, here, as an example. And there's all sorts of other map modes you can look at. Countries, country attitude, relations, cultures. Cultures is pretty okay. The thing to keep in mind with this is it only tells you the largest. So just because this says Han doesn't mean that 100% of people here are Han, or just because this says Australian doesn't mean that 100% of people are Australian. If we go look at an individual state, then we can see that most are Australian, but there's still a really significant amount of Aboriginal culture. It is the largest Caledon, 36, then 34. Pan-nationalism. The notions of nationalism, blah, blah, blah. What do we get? We get extra authority, and we get political agitation, which doesn't really do anything. And multilateral alliances. Allows multiple alliances, yes, and maneuvers per play. So this lets you take more land and do more stuff per war. Is there conflict? Yes, we had to, pirate butter. We already got into a conflict with the southern island of New Zealand natives. When we were colonizing them, they rose up, they tried to fight us, and we smacked them down and finished absorbing them all at once. We could ramp that up even more. So now our colony speed is gonna boost up. It's an interesting place for Russia to have. Alaska? Or where else are you thinking Russia has something? I mean, they've eaten around Circassia. It doesn't look like they're colonizing anywhere else to me. Where are you talking about, Death's Head? Africa? Ah. I'm blind. Yep, we have Russian Africa. Go them! Well done, Russia. How are all our gold mines doing? They certainly are doing a good job of printing money. Maybe they sell Alaska to the USA. There is a... So in the same way that we used the journal to absorb the other Australians, there is a decision... Well, there is a journal entry. I think of them as decisions EU4, and they are listed as decisions here. For America to buy Alaska from Russia if Russia is in debt. What's going on in Canada? The USA colonized a little bit of this and stole a little bit of this. They haven't gotten this bit though. The Nimipu are safe. And they have eaten this from Mexico. They've stolen California from Mexico. As well as a, like, perfect square almost. Did the diplomatic crisis mechanic survive the transition into V3? I don't know the... I don't play enough V2 to comment there. I've played a little, but I hate the flat uniform color on the map. I hate the sphering minigame, which I think of as micro hell, because if you want to keep someone at 100%, like every 4 months you have to toggle it on and off. So I basically... And I hate the way that the market works in terms of... It rewards you for doing calculus homework at home. Like, for all that this is a much more simplified system where there is no stockpiles, I'm going to say I actively prefer this system where it's just balancing the current flux, balancing the current derivative, versus managing a stockpile. Did you know that influence overflows in Wiki 2? No. My knowledge of Wiki 2 is pretty low. Pretty low. We might want to cut away one of these taxes. Tax that a bit lower, and we'll look at getting rid of our luxury clothing tax. What calculus? You just said it. Yeah, I'm a bit more obsessive, will we say, when I tried to play Vic 2. Oh, here we go. So the Aboriginals are trying to rise up and stop us colonizing them. We go mobilize everyone, chuck you on this front. We will activate all the conscripts. Victoria and Tasmania have infinite conscripts. Yeah. If only I was making my homeland the true capital. We're starting to... Yeah, we could add in another construction. This is true. Actually, there's no people available in New South Wales anymore. We kind of need to give you some jobs and make you happier, so... Let's go one more railway, and then look at what we produce, or could produce, to raise SOL here, and raise wages here. Trains are actually starting to have a shortage. Coal has got a shortage, and we are possibly one of the best places to make a coal mine. So we'll do something like that. We could move our capital. I honestly have no idea how to do that. I remember seeing... Where was it? Is it in... I've seen it, but I don't remember where it is. But I don't know... Why would I want to do that, is the other question. Like, aside from RP... Why would I want to do that? I suppose you could put it somewhere that has better industry access, like better infrastructure. That's about the only thing I can think of. Politics tab? Surely it's not politics tab. Oh, no, you mean in here. Yeah. You mean down the bottom. Yeah. Here. State actions. There we go. Change capital. Now I remember once prompted. I remember having seen it. Chomp. The last of the Aboriginals are nommed up. See if there have been any more gold mines. There have been. They should go straight to the top of the list because they are literally money printers. Yes. So in real world, present day Australia, Sydney, this thing, is biggest city. Melbourne is second biggest city in nation. And we put the capital pretty much midway between those 2 points. So that they stopped arguing because they were, you know, typical political deadlock of we can't have it in this one because these guys will veto it. And we can't have it here because these guys will veto it. Whereas if you put it in the middle, both of them say, okay, at least he's not winning. interstate rivalries. Whereas my opinion is they both kind of suck. I actively disliked living in Sydney, kind of. Melbourne is okay, aside from the fact that the road layout is a bit garbage. Not as garbage as Sydney. And there's always roadworks in Melbourne. Always. Ugh. Anyway, we'll go get the one that increases our build rate, build efficiency up. We did complete the one for our child labour laws, didn't we? So we could go try and make schooling compulsory. Perth for capital. Perth is quite nice. I liked Perth. I visited Perth. There was a conference when I was a academic over here. Perth is pretty much exactly the same as my own hometown, but bigger. It's like the same thing times 1.5. I could feel very much at home in Perth. It is Marek. It is very much more city/state building. It is a lot less warfare. There is almost zero army micro, Marek. Sure, you can fund an extra uni. Is it good? I would say it's very appealing to the make number go up aspect of our reptilian brains. It is very appealing for that. Let's chuck in 2 more of those because we're making too much money. Like, it's very good at attracting you to go, oh, if I click another building, I can make this all come into balance. It is pretty addictive for that. The answer to that, Marek, is just don't do wars as far as I'm concerned. Avoid the war system and you have solved that problem. Avoid the war system as much as possible. Luke, you must bring balance to the economy. Yes. Make all of these numbers not like -40 and +70. Try and bring balance to everything. Finally, Finally, the textile mills we started long ago but that got distracted by building tons of gold mines are coming online. We'll have them produce fancy clothing and we will use all the fancy tools to do so. Making money hand over fist. To the point where we could maybe even add in another two more construction industry. Very good. We got our children must go to school, so we could think about upping our education amount if we had the available bureaucracy. Let's fix that we don't. Maybe have a look at if paper is expensive and whether we should make some paper. No, paper's cheap. That's fine. The military isn't non-existent, Marek, but you do not control the individual units. You only control which front they are on, and they, in a very hoy way, automatically move up. You just don't get to see them. I wasn't involved in making the game, but to me it feels like all that stuff is happening under the hood and you just can't see it. I suspect that the exact same sort of system as Hoy is under there and we just can't see it. That there are units along fronts and they're auto-moving along those fronts in the same sort of way that they would in Hoy. but it's just hidden from view. Sakuma people have begun moving to join me living in Adelaide. What does the market need? The market needs manor wars, but manor wars need... Yeah, we could even start a little bit of a boat manufacturing industry. Why not? So, one shipyard, please. How do natives work? So, most of the nations, most of the natives here are called decentralized powers, the same as what were called uncivs in the previous game. And you may activate colonies in their zone. So, for example, we're colonizing here. If they don't declare war on us to try and kick us out, after this period of time is up, this little subsection of the state will become ours, and eventually we will absorb the whole state and they will die as an existence. We're also doing the same thing over here in Papua New Guinea. Speed of colonizing is modified by how far up along this slider you are and by whether or not you have certain techs. Certain techs speed it up as well, depending on where it is. Over here doesn't have malaria, so you don't need the malaria techs, but pretty much all of Africa and all of this needs malaria tech. I suppose the bits that we were doing here didn't need it. The Australian bits didn't need malaria tech. Number is going bonkers again, so we need to build a couple more. Say 3 more. Will they revolt and demand things you do and demand that you do undesirable things? Your people can. And if you are suppressing people, so we're like a liberal democracy sort of setup. We have... Come on. We have multiculturalism and people aren't forced to be any religion and etc, etc. But you could be a... we don't have secret police. You could have a secret police state with an absolute dictator and only one accepted culture and force everyone to follow your religion. And then if you had people that weren't your culture or religion and they were the majority in a state, that state might start trying to rebel and leaving your nation. It might try and either rebel against you or actively join another nation, is my understanding. I played as China, and I had bits out here grumpy with me and rebel sort of every about 10 years. They would rebel and I'd need to go smack them down. Oh, we need to add more into this because we're not using full production list. So what does the market need? The market still needs more coal. So we add in another railroad. And then we're going to say 1, 2. I want 1 steel mill. I would like 1 train plant so that we aren't dependent on Mama Britain. And then I would probably like 2 more of you. Why? Which is why religious and cultural conversion is important. If you are playing a nation with that doesn't accept cultures, if you are playing in a ethno-state, national supremacy, racial segregation, these sorts of things where you basically only accept either your exact primary nation or things that are closely aligned to it. So, for example, if we go look at here. Dixie. Dixie is Anglophile. So it speaks English, right? Which means if you have the right level of cultural tolerance thing in here, you could have that ones that share a heritage. So this one says ones that share a heritage or trait will be accepted. So rather than needing to be exactly British, well, in our case, exactly Australian, if we had that pass, we would be fine for accepting Americans because we both speak English. We both have Anglophone as a shared thing. Whoops. Anglophone. There's also shared heritage just to do with being European and stuff, and so based on language / background, you can get differing levels of, well, you get whether or not they're accepted based on what level of this you have. Complete ethno-state where only your exact primary culture is accepted, all the way to every single culture and everyone is accepted with a sliding scale in between. And there are advantages and disadvantages to both. We are playing as a max liberal democracy, and look at our population number just go straight to the moon because everyone wants to come and work here in our high-paying jobs, and we don't religiously oppress them, and we give them a vote, and we don't, demand that they start speaking English, etc. So they're happy to come and work here. I've got the spare authority to spare. But you can totally validly, like, China go maximum only everyone will be the one culture sort of thing. You don't need to import more population as China. You start with more population than you're probably ever going to realistically want. So we are all of Australia super cheese, including Lesser Australia. And soon to be Sulawesi and possibly a bit of Papua New Guinea. We have a little bit over here. And we have a little bit here. Although the Dutch East Indies have really ramped up their colonizing here now. We need to start more Q because we're not actually using full of our construction. So what does the market need? The market needs those man o' wars. So let's go set... Where was that shipyard? You produce man o' wars. There we go. What else does the market need? The market needs sugar. We're working on coal at the moment. Sugar, a bit more food. So where was that food industry down here? Buff that up a little bit. And sugar. So in here, sugar. Tasmania can have more sugar. So could Queensland. Yeah, Queensland can have 4 sugar farms, why not? Did you notice any countries doing far better or worse than I would have expected? Not really. Things seemed about sensible and reasonable. I mean, in this playthrough, this is weird. In this specific playthrough, this existing seems a bit weird. But otherwise, things seemed pretty reasonable to me. Why Australia? Because I live here. This is my home. IRL, I am here right now. In sort of the geographical equivalent to Texas, in that it's the middle bottom of the nation, but for Australia. Russia? Russia is in Africa, Jackies. Goldfields depleted. Oh no, how horrible. People have begun moving to WA. We need to set up more of this. So what do we need more of? Sugar by about 1,000. I don't think 4 sugar things are going to produce 1,000, so we could safely increase that even more. Victoria could make some. Let's do 5 bits of sugar. Nope. Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Tasmania could do 5 as well. Except that it can't produce sugar. Do we need tea or wheat? A little bit of tea needed. But wheat is overproduced. Can you show that there is none? No such thing. So if we go look at sugar. Eventually you can use tractors, but it's not like the wheat where you can just shove cow dung on it. Okay, what else does the market need? We're making a whole bunch of extra sugar. Has lumber decided it's in short supply? No. Sulfur is, though. And it is finally my homeland's Adelaide's time to shine. We can get our sulfur mines. There we go. Independent communist Spain, not anarchist Spain. Uzbek people have begun migrating to my home. Our construction throughput goes up and we got to pick our next tech. What would I like the most next? Let's up that. Okay, and once those are done, each one of these produces something like 20 or 40, I forget. So let's think about that. 4 times 4 is 160. How much is the market shortage? The market shortage is 400, so we could definitely have more. Then we can construct a railway and add in, let's say, go up to... Let's produce 1 fishing. And go up to like 10. And then see what else the market needs. More clothing again. So where was that Tasmanian clothing industry? Have 2 more of that. What is the best country status? How is Liberia doing? These guys? They're probably a dependency of the US still. Yeah, they're a protectorate of the US. They exist. They are 111th in the world, whereas we have ascended from 70 to 17. Ah, fire him, who cares? Okay, we've unlocked the rubber. Is rubber actually needed? We don't have enough to actually have one there. What about over here? Yep, we could build 1 rubber here. But it doesn't look like the world demands any rubber yet. Soon TM. this has been a bit flat and stale. I suppose the answer is that we're just managing to provide the same level of standard of living to an ever-increasing number of people. What determines the rankings? So which one? Prestige is how this is determined. And then prestige itself is determined by a little bit of GDP and SOL, but buffed by a whole bunch of other things like having a big navy is one, having an army is one. So we are losing out on a lot of prestige because we are effectively pacifist. You can do things like produce art, you can stack buffs from special buildings and things, so things like having Big Ben or having the Eiffel Tower give prestige buffs. Are there any laws that we could pass that we might want to at the moment? We could flip over to proportional taxation, start taxing the rich more. Yeah, let's eat the rich. Oh yeah, I forgot the being goods production leader in a thing. Yes. Well done, Cal. Cal is correct there. I forgot to mention being goods production leader. Nilotic people are moving to WA. And our population continues to trend upwards. New party? What's the new party? The Social Democratic Union? The Radical Party. They're trying to guillotine people. Oh, that is a nice little icon. That is a nice little icon. They maybe took my eat the rich comment a bit too literally. I'm not spending money on making them happy. Absolutely not. It's time to add more things to the queue, though. Tools are actually in a fair shortage, so we could make some tooling things. Where have we got the most people available? Tasmania again. So we'll expand the Tasmanian railroads and maybe build some tooling industries here. And buff that up to 10. They're radical Republicans. They want a parliament. Well, they can want away. Glory be to Lizzie. Now Victoria, I suppose. Anyway, once those are done, what else could we use? What else is the market short of? The market is short of coal again. So we could further expand this coal mine. Yes, no more Lizzie, sadly. I'm still used to it being Lizzie. We'll put one fishing thing in here. She just resigned. She just resigned. Bambara people have moved from Africa also to South Australia. So they're starting to fill up these jobs. So the issue here is there's no available population to work jobs, but there are lots of available jobs. And so it triggers the, as far as I understand, it helps trigger the people move to that state event. Jeune École. Okay, and then the coal mines, and then what? We could use a bit more of the food production. Are we overproducing the alcohol, though? Nope, there's a shortage. So we have proportional taxation, and that's going to increase our taxes. Let's bump that one up to 5 as well. Maybe have some local fishing. And have a look at what the market needs. The market needs some more wine. So we'll up the vineyards a bit. There, that should answer the wine shortage. Yeah, and this is what the game basically... This is the bit of the game that it does in a way that I think's fairly addictive. You're constantly building buildings to try and address market needs, to make more money / raise your people's standard of living. And then, because you're employing more people, they then need more stuff, and the loop continues. You find it mildly concerning that you understand what each of the naval strategies means so far as fleet makeup and posture. So, pretend that we had a... I suppose we can make one. Pretend that we had a navy. Then in here you can have Man of War, Ironclad, Monitor, Dreadnought, Battleship as you unlock more tech, and the increasingly difficult to build ships. There's Escort Frigates, Destroyers and Carriers. Commerce Raiders, Torpedo Boats, Submarines. And then Power of the Purse, Jeune École, Sea Lane Strategies, and Battle Fleet Tactics. We nominally have this one. Sure, we'll have a teeny tiny navy. Put some more pressure on the Great British shipbuilding industry, why not? At the moment they're overproduced. At least steamers are. Where are Man of Wars? Yeah, no, clippers are overproduced, steamers are overproduced, but I don't see actually any Man of Wars. Am I blind? Oh, they're right at the top of here. They needed even more. Very well. I should improve this. This should be making boondollar. Sure, we'll have one more. Okay, so the trouble is the clippers don't make almost any money, but the Man of Wars make absolute... all the monies you could ever dream of. That was quite possibly the there's more gold mines to build event. And indeed that is true. Gold mines should go to the top of the list. We need even more coal. But that's sort of not too far down the list of to do, so we'll wait. A story has been raking the rounds about a miner who struck it rich and became the wealthiest man in his town. People in Victoria are beginning to live beyond their means, convinced they'll become rich soon. Gain standard of living or have radicals for the next 2 years if standard of living decreases. I think they'll be fine. I don't think they'll have any decreases. Will I be awake at 12 EST tomorrow? Well, you see, to me, EST means Eastern Standard Time, which is functionally like half an hour difference from this. Because there's Eastern Standard Time, Central Standard Time, and Western Standard Time. So at noon tomorrow, I expect to be awake. Half an hour off of my noon tomorrow. Get out of the way. I wanted to see what this was. No, that's fine. The gold mines can stop existing. I was just saying, Cal, that for me this is Eastern Standard Time, this is Central Standard Time, and this is Western Standard Time. What do we want next? Of these, possibly the better steel mill. Not that we have much of a steel industry. In fact, there's a massive overproduction of steel in the... That might mean that we could swap up to the next kind of construction. But I don't have the steel frame buildings tech. Where are you? I've forgotten. I feel like it should be over here. Maybe it's down here. There we are. Yeah, alright. We'll trade over to doing that. Think about swapping over to making our buildings with steel rather than iron. At release time, you mean? Look, I'm in the MP. You don't need to worry more than that. I might not be the most awake I've ever been. Although this should maybe be a hint, Welly. You should maybe make it into a thingy. You might as well make it into a... What is it? Discord event thingy, and have people click their, like, interested, etc., so that it lets everyone know when it is exactly. That's maybe an idea for you to do now, if he's still up. What MP? So Antares, me and a bunch of friends, many of them in chat here right now, are going to be playing a Victoria 3 MP in the very immediate future. Okay, we need something to build once these are done. Has that addressed the coal shortage? It absolutely has not addressed the coal shortage. There's still a coal shortage in the British market, so we should chuck in an extra railway. That will get us up to 106, so 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, something like that will do. The coal shortage? Coal. C-O-A-L. But yes, there's also a cult shortage. We have minimal religion influence here. So there is a cult shortage. We will be the coal mine of the British Empire. Soon TM. Unyamwezi people, and again, I'm sorry if I'm mangling that, have begun moving to WA. We need another government administration building. We're slightly negative on our admin mana. Migration attraction. And I think there's a couple of others that are not on that list at the moment that want to be playing. Was it that one of Jingo's friends that wants to play like Egypt or whoever it was? Yeah. Oh, we need more things to queue. So what does the market need? The market still needs more coal. So another railway and another, oh, I don't know, 5 of those. Is there still a shortage of this? There is. So we'll go up to 4 of those. Yes, Young is going to be Scotland, if we can get that to occur. No, only 3. New Guinea, which we're finishing colonizing. New Guinea, and Celebes. Otherwise, things look pretty okay. And it's not the be-all and end-all if you're only slightly over this. Like, you don't want to be at, like, 200 of 100 unless you're playing a single state build and not trading with the outside market. Then you can play without infrastructure. But you don't need to stress about exactly staying below this all the time. I think people, from what I've seen of people playing, they worry about it a little too much. Kazakh people have begun moving to SA. The number continues to grow. To the moon with population. Part and parcel of being Australia. Yeah, there's no MBN yet. We need more infrastructure. Once those are done, what else are we going to want? There is still a shortage of wine, so we could expand the Barossa Valley here. We'll take it slightly over. How is the world's sulfur market going? Now we're producing a little bit too much. Well, then maybe stop using the fancy stuff. We should probably... We've done enough teching that I probably should have done this rather than talking about some things. Go through these and check that they're all on the most efficient ones. So, like, we could have mechanized looms. It would technically save us money at the moment. Memory says steel was overproduced. Yep. Steel tools rather than no tools. I could increase the demand for coal. Eh. This is because steel is currently being overproduced, so we don't need to worry about that. Do I want to use more motors? I think motors are, yeah, motors are expensive at the moment, so that's not a sensible thing, and clippers are already overproduced anyway. We can transfer these up to using glass and things. I would use electric, but we don't produce enough electric. Transportation is currently cheap, and turning it into a service to then demand our people pay the service taxes is good. We could up this to using slightly more paper, but producing more intellectual output, and done. Now, you should be doing this basically whenever you get a new tech. You should be thinking about each of the texts, and instead I'm chatting to chat a bit much, but I'm having a nice time. There's no need to be too anal about it. Not in this setting. We could try and work out what else we could use this excess sulfur for. We could make some chemical plants, some paper plants, and some synthetic plants. Last I remember looking, guns were still underproduced. Yeah, dynamite is underproduced. I suspect fertilizer is probably massively overproduced, though. Have a couple of... So I could do one here. Concentrate on making explosives. What else does the market need? More clothing. Sure. Have an extra railroad. And then let's double the size of this textile mill. I'm finally getting to stream this game. Yeah. How much infrastructure does population give you? Not really all that much. So at the moment this has 500,000 people, and we're getting 14 from those pops. So it looks like it's maybe 30 per million pops, at a guess. Disagreements between the petite bourgeoisie and the trade unions are causing conflicts. Well, who do I want to be in power? We should be thinking about what other laws to pass. Are we going to start progressing towards a theocracy? No, thank you. Council Republic, though, maybe. No one wants... This law is not supported by any interest group. None of the people want to turn into a communist society. So that one's good, that one's good, that one's good, that one's good, that one's good. Although if we could convert over to mass conscription... But we don't have enlistment officers tech yet. Fine enough. No, I like interventionism. Interventionism is fine. This we could start trying to maybe move towards free trade. So we'd have to get the industrialists in if we wanted that. That's fine, that's fine, that's fine, that's fine. We could start having a public health insurance system. Yeah, Medicare. Let's get Medicare. Oh, okay. 20 from base, but 10 from max sewer. Yeah, that would make sense. So if we go look at this, it gives 10 maximum from pop. Maybe? That might match to that 10 number. I don't have the spare authority. So do I want the petite bourgeoisie or the trade unions to be pissy with me? The trade unions love me so much that I can afford to lose to opinion with them and it doesn't matter. Members of the Social Democratic Party have drawn the attention to the rise of the Radical Party, expressing their willingness to offer a more moderate solution to their political extremism. Have you heard about that dangerous Radical Party? I've been told that their members meet at night, plot their next terrorist attack, and eat babies. Babies! And thank God that they do. Sounds a bit far-fetched, but the Social Democratic Party is still a sensible option. I'm not going to say thank you that they eat babies, I'm sorry. That's a little much. We've got a bit of a bureaucratic shortfall, so we need another one of these. We're under the cap, so sure. Sure, we'll absorb more tools in order to turn this into a ludicrously effective thing. How much is the market short or high on explosives? There is a slight shortage. We're having trouble keeping people in these jobs. So we need even more migrants to come to Sydney. The high price of groceries has been a prominent talking point. This is the age of the global market, or... No, they can have it. I don't care who wins. So this was the adding into the wine industry, as well as producing a bit more wheat. The manufacture of steam engines has become a profitable industry in New South Wales, thanks to our sound investment in locomotive technology. The engines are already being employed across our Australian railway lines. All aboard, or I'd rather get the free progress towards the next tech. Is there any raw things that we could make other than extra wine? And how much is one of these produced for wine? 30, so we're building 6 more, so we'll go up to like 60 something. And there is a shortage of a... Yeah, that's going to be about balanced now. Tea. There is a pretty significant shortage of tea. Tasmanian tea. It has a certain ring to it. Yeah, Tasmanian tea. Okay, what else? Tea dyes. Okay, and we're going to be forced to actually build a port here now if I want to start getting the dyes. So fine. You can have the port that we've been denying you. That port can be set to cargo port. And that will be 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. And then we can have how many dyes? I'm blind. Where's dyes gone? 600 shorted. Yeah, we can have as many dyes as we can support. So 10. And the 2 rubber. The Swiss people have begun to migrate to South Cameroon. Make sure that our train lines are all set to our thingamajig. In case they weren't. Good. They run at a slight loss, but they run at a loss so that all the other industries can run at a profit. Goldfields depleted, that's fine. Next tech, we were trying to work our way up to, what was it, the steel frame buildings, done. Then what do we want? Feminism? Yeah, we'll get some feminism. Our health reforms might have been passed by then. We're making enough cash we could probably have 2 more construction things. And the construction queue looks long, but the thing to remember is these are actually really small to build. Health insurance question mark? No, next month. There's a rousing speech. Do we want extra chance of succeeding or Popularity and attraction. No, just the extra chance. Thank you. Okay. This was a no, but yes to as much explosives as possible. Use up some more of that sulfur. And produce tons of explosives. What is too expensive here? Coal is in. Okay, so this needs further expanding. Or more accurately, it needs people working in it to actually produce the coal. We could try turning some of our free transport into not needing as many workers. And how many explosives would this use? 250. I mean, it says it makes a lot more money. I'm willing to trust it. The trouble is sometimes if you've got a really big stack like this and you flip over a production method, it uses the current number for demand to calculate it. And because it is such a big stack and you're adding such a big amount of demand of the thing that you're swapping, so like we're demanding 250 extra explosives, we've probably just single-handedly pushed explosives from... Yeah, we've just single-handedly pushed explosives from neutral up to plus 20 across the whole British market with that one change. How goes the war against the emus? They have defeated. Australia is entirely ours. Now that means we can probably expand this a bit, right? No, everything's being held back by that coal shortage. So this, T, die. And then we need more coal again. North Island. Yeah, a little bit more coal wouldn't hurt there. Have we had some gold mine events that I haven't been paying attention to? Yes, we have. Those go straight to the top of the list. And we're making enough money that we could have probably 3 more construction industries. Large numbers of Bosniak people, Yugoslavs, are moving to Dakota. Using steel frame buildings when? Well, last we looked, steel was in short supply. Where is it now? It's overproduced, so we could think about flipping up. It would be really, really costly. 42k difference. That is a lot of money. That is a lot of money. We might flip like half of them. Glass is a little bit short. Steel is a little bit in excess. So we could look at adding some more of those glass works in. Can fit, say, 5. The existing glassworks might have... Nope, a better production method to take advantage of, but they don't. How is that rubber going? Still waiting for the queue to progress up to it. Fair enough. Next try for the public health insurance. Failure. Grassroots support. 20% chance or 20% of low strata pops in South Island become more loyalist. I mean, this is going to succeed. There's very little chance of it failing. I'm going to take the loyalists. What are you complaining about? We don't have enough bureaucrats. Fair enough. The bureaucracy must expand. Actually, maybe not there. Well, if we do there, then we need to do another... No, we won't do there then. Nope, change my mind. Where can actually support some more bureaucracy space? SA can have a bureaucratic centre. Photographs. It's been suggested that we take and distribute some pictures of the country's most famous landmarks. Externally for prestige or internally for legitimacy. Prestige. The bureaucracy must expand to meet the expanding needs of the... I mean, it's true. Especially if we're about to get health insurance. In fact, I'll build 3 more so that we're ready for when health insurance passes. Enlistment officers are unlocked, so we could swap over to the ultimate in military laws. Once this next one is passed, mass conscription. The petite bourgeoisie have expressed their concerns about decisions clearly favouring the interests of the industrialists. Who can I afford to hate me? They both basically are neutral. The petite bourgeoisie are slightly happier with me. So I think we do that. Goldfields depleted, that's fine. How's the new wine industry? Doing good things. And what about the new dye industry? Looks good. Are there enough people here? I don't want more radicals. You can hate me, but don't become more radical. Do I incorporate this into our nation? So, as it stands, we don't have to pay these guys much. But I don't get their tax output and they don't get the health benefits. No, I'll add you in once we're finished colonizing you. Keep filling up. Alright, we need to add more things to the list. So what is the balance needing? We've also got our health insurance. Let's ramp that 50 per thing, and we've got 100. So I can do 3. And I need 2 more to be able to do those. There is a shortage of lead, so you know what? We will go railway. 2 of them. 1 lead mine. Maybe 6 lead mines? That's about right. Yeah, that's about right. How is the global coal going for us? The British market continues to have a shortage of coal. So we should probably bump this a bit more. Which means we need another railway, which means we can then bump this by 10 more. Lead mines sound hazardous. They're less dangerous than whaling. At least until we get the protect the workers laws in place, and we're working on feminism for now. What do we want next? Probably... yeah, we'll do the canning. So, feminism can be our next thing. We've got the health system in place. Either that or the conscription-y thing. So it was change into... really? It's not supported? I find that surprising. Surely this is supported. No, people really don't like it. Okay, fair enough. Now, what about the women? People are not currently behind the idea of women in the workplace or women getting the vote. Is the Tasmanian independence movement a thing? In real life or in-game? Varanos. So coal, lead. It's a fringe movement IRL. In-game? No. In-game they're fine. The population is pretty bloody happy. They've got above average standard of living. They're above both our national average and not quite the most well-to-do in the whole world, but they're certainly up there. France is doing really, really well. France has spectacular standard of living. Go France, well done. They can't even get a footy team. You think they'll get independence? Yeah, it's a bit like that. This number is getting too big, but we were thinking about trying to flip over to this. Glass is still way too expensive. Even though we've doubled this output. There are still available workers though, so what we should do is bump that up another 5. Hell, another 10. That'll get us up to 61. We've achieved hat level SOL. We have indeed achieved hat level SOL. We're well to do. The Ainu people are migrating to Western Australia. Produce at least one fish everywhere. The Afro-American people... We are getting American refugees moving to Australia to escape the horrors of America. I mean, it doesn't help that I've built nothing but a single logging. They've got a single logging plant and that's it. Now, memory said that steamers were cheap on the market. Yep, steamers are cheap on the market, so we should probably go swap all of our fishing plants over to using steamers. Yep, it'll make more money that way. Same for the whaling stations. Barely. Still, barely is more than not. There's not a shortage of tools again, so we can ramp these up to medium. Help address the hardwood shortage. In fact, if we're going to do that, make sure that... Yep, they're set like this. Where America is sending its criminals. We welcome... Australia welcomes the poor, the criminal, the huddled masses. All will be welcome. Pop number must continue going to the moon. Socialist demagogue Edmund Wakefield of the intelligentsia is rapidly gaining popularity. The radical socialist message of equality he espouses is proving especially appealing to the lower classes. Comrades, the time for action is now. Why should we toil in squalor when the boss grows rich and fat from our labour? Why should the meagre pennies we earn go to the greedy landlord who tells us we should be grateful for our miserable shacks? So what do people want at the moment? Go have a look at what people want. They kind of want a militarized police force. They wouldn't mind autocracy. Cheers to Grey Bill. They wouldn't mind oligarchy. They wouldn't mind guaranteed liberties. This isn't necessarily horrible. So we can guarantee freedom of speech and etc. There we go. We can start getting workers' protection. So do we want regulatory bodies or workers' protections? Well, this one increases minimum wage, and this one doesn't. That seems to be the only difference I'm seeing. But they both protect workers' conditions. So do we want to raise the minimum wage? Not really. But we will work on protecting people more. We're about to go into a shortfall again, so we need... What's this? There aren't enough man o' wars. The British market balance is too negative. I mean, we're trying to produce it. I guess we need to make some shipyards somewhere that has population. The issue here is that Sydney doesn't have enough population. Filling the coal mine... Filling this coal mine is taking too much of the population up. So we'll go make a shipyard somewhere that there is some population. Victoria, Queensland, WA. We can have a shipyard in Queensland. So like 3 of them. should probably change some more of these over to using explosives as well. Although explosives are super expensive. So we could look at producing some... There's the rubber. Sweet, sweet rubber. Push that up to 3. It's a little bit sad that this hasn't actually caught any rubber yet. Don't I have 100 pheasants? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Maybe about 1 million available pheasants. Goldfields depleted. Do we want radicals or no? We don't want radicals, thank you. Bureaucratic shortfall. I thought we were building enough to... Apparently not. Counteract that, so I need another couple of them. And you know what? You can have one as well. Apparently I need like 3 more. So be it. Let's look at the market. What else do we need to produce? I mean, we would like to produce more rubber, but there's no such thing. Oil, we could do some whaling stations. But we're going to wait until we have the safety law. We'll go safety law and safety law to max, which actually means I just want more government administrations. The Northern Territory can become the bureaucratic capital. There. And I know from a gameplay perspective it isn't good to have these distributed, but I like having one in each state from a, like... Every state should be running its own taxation office to a little extent at least. So that's fine. We could fiddle around with the government composition. Yeah, let's see what we can do for that. So who could we add in? Adding in the industrialists help? No, it does not. Does getting rid of the trade unions or the intelligentsia help, or the petite bourgeoisie? Yes, goodbye petite bourgeoisie. What about the intelligentsia? Nope, the intelligentsia are a integral part of our nation, apparently. So we'll stick like that. Legitimacy up to 81. The extra little bit of legitimacy makes these pass quicker. Still shortage of both of these. An extra quarter of the production would not meet market demand, so we could even do it a bit more. But it looks like we're starting to hit this cap. That said, there are gold mines to be done there. So railway, gold mine, gold mine, gold mine, gold mine. Should check if there are any others that I haven't been paying attention to. Yes, there's two in Sydney. You know what? I want those at the top. Even if the gold mines have to wait a little bit. Oh, that's the bureaucracy thing. That's fine. And actually, the rubber can't wait. That is both very quick to build and very valuable. Yeah, and then it's the government administrations. Gold mine, gold mine. Opposition puts forth demands. The more pragmatically inclined members of the industrialists currently oppose the passing of regulatory bodies. They'd offered to change their stance if they are offered certain political concessions. Such concessions would not, however, be popular with the trade unions. So the trade unions will hate us a little bit. How much do they love me? They think I'm God. So, yep, sure, we'll make that compromise. The textile mills have seen an increase in workplace industries. Injuries, sorry, due to the mechanization. I don't want people to die, even if it makes people a bit pissy. We're also making enough money that we could think about... Let's hit this button and watch our income go negative. And see what else it screws with the balance with. So there's a shortage of explosives. That didn't actually hurt the glass output that much. Mongols have begun invading North Kiwi land. So what do we need? We need explosives. North Kiwi land. How would you like to become the explosive production place? Or we could do Tasmania. Yeah, we'll do Tasmania. Tasmania can have another railway. And then we boost this up by how much? If one produces 50 and the shortage is, say, 700, so we could have at least another 10. So we'll boost that up to 10 in total. Watch construction go zoom. Yeah, it's kind of doubled. Kruger's migration to the great dye fields of Celebes. There are available people here. We could actually incorporate it into our nation. And then we could produce some more dye as well. There is a shortage. So probably another 9, at least 5. Oh. No, that's fine. Okay, what else? So we were just addressing the explosives need, right? Yes. Other than explosives, what else is out of balance here? This, we were waiting for the laws to pass before doing whaling for more oil. Sugar. Sugar is in harsh demand. So, sugar. Queensland looks good. Use up the last of the available infrastructure. Is it possible to try and take control of some more islands and let Mother Britain furnish the army? Mother Britain does furnish the army. We have like two units. Actually 7 now. Where did the other ones come from? Oh, when we took over this? No? This one. I'm surprised that it's 7. Anyway, Mother Britain does furnish the army, and they've already absorbed most of these islands. I don't think there's more or less anywhere left to colonize, except the inner bits of Africa now. Like... there's that little bit of there, and there's Africa. I'm not really interested in Africa. You've been up to Cairns? Cairns. You can confirm that there is sugarcane right up to the airport. I've only been to Brizzy. Where is Brizzy? I see Townsville, but where's Brizzy? With socialist ideas sweeping across Australia, Edmund Wakefield of the Intelligentsia has been appointed to a leading position in the government. There is sufficient momentum for a rapid policy change. The proletariat is everywhere assuming a threatening attitude and are beginning to count the ranks of their enemy, far weaker in number than themselves, and to demand the actualization of their rights. All people and all men are filled with a kind of premonition, and everyone whose vital organs are not paralyzed faces with shuddering expectation the approaching
I've heard
future,
there are jobs here.
which will
I want to be a
utter the
lion
redeeming
tamer.
word. That was a bit confusing, that last sentence to me. I'm going to say, also cheers and thank you, guarantee fair wages or protect labour rights. Oh wow, it just instantly passes the law that we're trying to do. Or they will always select communist leaders. Well, let's pass the one that we want, which is the regulatory bodies law. So it just insta-succeeds. Now we can go look at whether we can convince people that women deserve the vote. Maybe? No. No one wants women to vote still. No one wants women to vote still, disappointingly. What else would we like then? This is fine, 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 this could become that one, but no one supports it. This could become free trade. If we got the industrialists back into power, we could go become communist. We could go become communist. Well, you know what? I'll let you decide, chat. Give me a sec. Poll. Shall we flip to communist? Let it not be said that I am a man of the people. Create a dashboard. Manage new poll. So what are our choices? Our choices are Commie Aussie, or try and get free trade, or old age pension. So what social reform next? Question mark. And we can either have communism, old age pension, and what was the other one? Try and get free trade. Five-minute vote, go. Vote now or forever hold your peace. Okay, these come online, and we can support our new workplace industry laws. Please, please more. I would like even more of them. Yep, we can boost this up to 2. Three. A couple more. The three forms of economies: communism, free trade, and old people. How is this possibly losing money? How is this possibly losing? It isn't. It's just that it's... No, it is losing money. Wages are too expensive. People want too much pay. This is despite sulfur, iron, but not coal, being extremely cheap. We could boost this up some more then to try and suppress the world coal price. Yeah, there's not a lot I can do about the fertilizer use. Where are we already using all the fertilizer we can? Well, actually, there we go. We unlocked extra big fertilizer and I hadn't realized. What about now? Barely puts a dent in it. But it does increase our wheat output, so that's nice. These should all apparently be condensing pumps. You should all be dynamite. You should all be railways. Better canning. So we could go look at our food industry and say, can you have better canning? No, oil is too expensive. It's not worth doing the better canning. Won't somebody think of the old people? Yep, better steel mill. We've almost eaten through the gold reserves from flipping over to steel buildings. We might have to accept a bit of a cut in government and military wages. Then we're safe. And now we need more things. We're at the top of the list. So what do we need? We need oil. Oil was waiting for this to go up to 100% safe working conditions. And that means we can do whaling. That's going to mean that this needs a port now. Possibly. No, we already had one. Good. So we get our whalers on the moon. After whaling, what else are we going to want? We actually need paper. And paper might mean, if there's a shortage on paper, that there's a shortage on wood. There's actually too much meat. Wood is only slightly negative. So where will we make some paper? Oh, and what do people want? The poll is done. View results. People want a tie between communism and free trade. Well, I'm going to pass the deciding vote then, and I'll go for free trade first. So we want to incorporate who into this so that we can go free trade? The industrialists. It hurts our legitimacy a little bit. And then we try and flip over to free trade, which many people oppose, but they'll learn to live with it, hopefully. You're happy enough that you don't care. You're happy enough that you don't care. And the landowners don't matter. Okay, once those whaling stations are done, what else are we going to want? We're going to want paper. So we're looking at paper mills somewhere. Where are their people? WA has got spare people. So does North Island. Yeah, you know what? You can have it. You can have a train line. And then you can have, oh, I don't know, 10 paper mills. And then some logging camps just to make sure that they stay powered with paper. Okay. It might even be time to start thinking about turning off our colony game. That, like, once this gets a bit of rubber here, we probably don't really want more of this. And it would be nice to be able to flip towards not having to pay for this. Yo. How much Vicky from zero... Sorry? I don't understand the question, Nahodoi. If you want my thoughts, use the thoughts command. Exclamation thoughts. It's in the title. Okay, and then once those paper mills are done, Mongols are moving to Kansas. What's next on the needs list? More clothes. Is there enough raw cloth? There is easily enough raw cloth. So we go industry, textile. We can continue turning Tasmania into the world's textile mill. With an S, Nahodoi. With an S. Arming the natives. We've discovered our rivals in Portugal have been arming the Papua New Guinea natives. This is likely to impede our efforts to conquer the region. We should de-escalate the situation. Or bring it. Yeah, that'll do for a little bit. And now we're at the stage where we just produce so much crap at once. Better steel mill process. So we go in here, we check out our steel mill, and we say, where's the better process? Thank you. Next tech. Even more coal use, but fewer people used. I can get behind that. Raising concerns. The intelligentsia have expressed concerns about government decisions clearly in favor of the industrialists. How much does everyone love us? Intelligentsia are kind of neutral, and the industrialists are super happy. I think I can live with them hating me slightly more. And backroom dealings exposed. Lose 15% trade chance or lose some bureaucracy for a bit and only lose 10. I'm willing to lose the 10 and a little bit of extra bureaucracy. Okay, and then it's time to look at the next layer of what we're going to do. So, what does the market demand? Aside from hardwood, there's a shortage of tobacco. And only one place that we have that can build tobacco. Sure, we'll build 5 tobacco plants, why not? Okay, what else is there a shortage of? Trains have become hideously short-handed. That's because this is turned off for no obvious reason. Try and make it a bit more profitable by using a slightly better production method. So that balance will get taken care of by those coming back online. What else do we need? We need more food. Food was here. Yep, we can have 5 more food. What else is needed? We're already building those. Furniture. What about normal furniture? Am I blind? I see fancy furniture. Where's normal furniture? Yeah, there's a bit of a shortage of both. Sure, why not? And then it's glass again. So another railway, and then say another 700 glass. Yep, won't even meet demand. Won't meet demand for either of them. And that is going to push up the demand for lead and dyes. Dyes is overproduced, so we're fine. But lead is underproduced. So we could either expand the Queensland or the SA lead mines. I mean, I'm going to be purely parochial and say this is my home. I choose to expand industry in my home. Has there perhaps become even more demand for wine? Yes, there has. We could increase this by about 10 as well. I'm gonna slightly disagree there, Kaladin, in terms of in-game. If what you're looking is to get the richest rich people possible, then I'm not sure that socialism will be the way to do it. I think if you want the richest rich people possible, that it won't necessarily be the, if you're looking to boost that, the upper strata number as much as possible, rather than raising the average number, no becoming grumpy people. Now, we actually started eating into our... We aren't quite eating into our, we still have a little bit of gold reserve left. What's this? Bhutan versus Radical Bhutan. Do I care? Are you willing to offer me anything? British Kutai versus... Yeah, I don't care. He's not going to give me anything, so why would I care? Doesn't look like we're going to succeed at free trade. Well, we can try and keep at it. We could also up this. It's still making pretty good money. I'd really like this to flip back to being positive. Ainu people, once again, migrating to Kiwi land. Once these gold mines deplete, we'll be back under this number, so I'm not going to fiddle with it. How are the whaling stations going? They're doing pretty well. Steam donkeys. How is coal? Coal is still in shortage. Now, can we use coal to get coal? We can use coal to get more coal. Supposedly that's going to save us a huge amount in wages. And we might want to look to doing it elsewhere. Morays people, West Africans moving to Connecticut. Yeah, Antares. When you get communism in here, all of the excess from this starts flowing into the workers. Kyrgyz people move to Celebes, which actually now we've got so many excess people here and not enough jobs. What could we build here that would be useful? I mean, at the moment, actually, I kind of want to build more trains. So I kind of need this to find employment. What else could we do? We could do some more tea. So which of these isn't fully using its capacity? You aren't. Sure, produce some tea. 1 second, sorry. Cough, 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 cough. Nothing that you want to hear. Pick our next tech. No, I don't want to use even more trains. I don't want to use even more trains. I'm not using them for transport, really. We could get this for the economy of scale cap lift. Can we show us the percentages from wage laws? We have not got the wage law that modifies wage up. So we have the safe but not extra wages one. If you flip over to workers' protections, then you get 10% extra wage per level. So at the moment, it would cost us 30% more wage because we're here. This will be 40% minimum wage, and this would be 50% extra minimum wage. No, Cal. This is release. This is what it's always been. Holy moly, these make a lot of money. Yeah, how short is the market on these things? 400. Okay, we are becoming a shipbuilding nation because the market economy basically demands it of us. Market forces at work. We've milled 7 more of those. What grand fleet, though? I have a grand total of what? One set of man o' wars. We haven't even swapped up to, ironclads. Nope, we need to queue more production. So, look at what the markets need. The markets need even more groceries and more alcohol. So we could certainly afford to further expand this food industry. Okay, and then... coal kind of needs to be done as well. Again, always more coal. So another level of railway and another 10 levels of coal mine in Sydney. Boats. They can sink as well, although we're not getting into conflict. We're basically just doing the eco game of watch our eco go up. That is a pretty curve. That is a pretty GDP curve. SOL has been not so great, but the main reason this hasn't been up is because this one has been rocketing up. But that curve is nice. We've gone from 76th in the world to 11th. And it's quite possible that if we weren't a subject... Actually, no, we still wouldn't be as good as these guys because we don't have a real navy. It's a pretty curve until it crashes. Yeah, the migrants are pulling SOL down, but they're pulling population up. And that was one of the aims. Alright, let's check out these new shipyards. Beautiful money. Crooked connections. Yep, let's get this done more quickly, even if it costs us some love. Once the food and mine and the next coal mine expansion is done, what else could we use? I mean, honestly, we could even use more of this. I don't know why Great Britain is ignoring building their fleet makers. I kind of like the idea of having distributed fleet building a little bit. It costs potential efficiency, but it will mean that it will be easier to balance once we do start wanting... Basically, balancing military fleet building I've found is a little bit harder than some of the other things because once you start having a mixed composition of them, so pretend we had more than one naval base, and say you've got a couple using ironclads, a couple using monitors or dreadnoughts. As you start mixing all of these together across multiple naval bases, getting the right balance of producing all of the different kinds of ships together actually becomes pretty challenging. No, I haven't really played two. I think the latest one I'd have to look through my list of loads. Give me a sec. But I played one Australia fairly late game. I think that's the latest I played, 1926. Eventually, Great Britain gave me my freedom, or was forced to give me my freedom by someone else. It wasn't clear to me. I think they kicked me out of their market because they didn't like me, they didn't like the disbalancing effect I was having. I think, but I'm not sure. Yeah, those extra 5 should about do that correctly. Han people are experiencing severe effects of opium addiction, and use and abuse of the substance has spread throughout New South Wales. It costs us some standard of living. The Chinese immigrants are bringing their drug habits with them. Okay, so once those shipyards are done, what else do we need? So we need more in the queue. More sugar would be nice. Gun would be nice. More glass would also be nice. $24, $25, $26, 25, $26, $27, $28, $29, $30. I don't think 3 is going to meet needs, so we'll go up by 10 and just accept that we need another railway to support that. And that if that's so, we can probably help address the sugar shortage as well. All right. Oh, you want me to turn the game music up a bit? Yeah, I can do that. We had it turned down for Heroes, because Heroes was just... It really, really, really liked the game music volume in Heroes. In yesterday's Dictator stream. Okay, and then once those glass works and sugar is done, what else would make sense to add in? Some more clothing manufacturing wouldn't be terrible. I can't affect rubber. I could affect the hardwood market. How is the explosive market? Still tons of this, but where's explosive? Am I blind? Explosives, slight deficit. Oh, and these need to be told to use tools, to build fancy furniture. Go for it. And then it was more explosives. So here. This one. could go all the way up to brine electrolysis, but we aren't producing any electricity. So we could produce some electricity then. Power plants. Where have we got some spare? Are you building a trainway? You're gonna need that. Let that ramp in. You? Sure, one more trainway, why not? And then we can have some power plant. Say 5 of them. Hey, Gaius. Now you think it's hard to hear me over the music? I think the ratio between me and the music looks good. I can see the little green bars and I'm like several times louder than the music. Yeah. I'm willing to acquiesce to their demands in order to get this done. Now, what do these actually eat? Memory says these eat, trains, yes. How is the train market? Bosniak people are moving to Michigan. And we still haven't actually met the, man o' war shortage. Seriously? I built 5 extra shipyards. Okay, there's not enough people here. Okay, we could have 5 more shipyards somewhere where there are people. Done. No, it does. Your trade law affects... In a customs union, no matter no matter if you're in a customs union, if you have free trade, if you have anything else, it affects the effect of fiddling with these things. The default import and export thicky. We're not allowed to fiddle these up and down whilst we're still a British subject. But it changes the amount that these fiddle, as well as what the balance point is on the default. Crushing machines, we don't have enough train production to take care of that. Trains are in shortage. Yes, trains are in shortage, so we're not going to start using trains as tractor engines on the farms. We need to work out what we're doing next after this. Which... I mean, honestly, more clothing. Maybe some more wine again. If we're having a railway built here, this will take us up to 70. We're only using 60. So we can definitely have some more wine making in the Barossa Valley. I don't know if there's the people to actually run it. Yeah, there's enough people to run it. So that's wine. What else? Sugar. Still more sugar shortage. Resource. Agriculture. Sugar. So it can be anywhere on the east coast. I guess we chuck in an extra train. We'll build like 12 of these. Foster's hasn't really been made here for like basically my whole lifetime, Cal. It's a bit of a dated expectation. That said, I do have a dustbin that looks like a Foster's can, so I shouldn't poke too much fun. Now, once this electricity comes online, we were looking at using it. What will we use it to do, and how is the electricity market? There is currently no demand, so let's fix that. Just a little expensive. Can we maybe pick somewhere that doesn't end up costing an arm and a leg while this market equilibrates? No, we cannot. We can advance you to using paper and glass as well. All looks good. Where will we use the electricity? The trouble is that they're all in one place, so I either need to have all the electricity I want or none of it. Let's try and get that electricity market to happen. Look, you're in profit. Employ more people. It's profitable. And then it's probably going to grind to a halt because we don't actually have enough available electricity. Yeah, electricity is a critical shortage, so this is dying. No, we're going to have to go back to normal sewing machines. Where can we use the electricity then? Tooling workshops, chemical plants. We can make these produce more pure explosives. Yeah, that seems like a good deal. As long as this actually starts ramping up. Look, I don't care if I have to pay you. Start to fill up. once it's full, we can probably turn this off and the demand will still be enough to keep it running. So this is going to get us up to what, 250? And how much did we need for all the electrolysis plants? Swahilis are moving to over here, which means we could kind of use some more jobs here. How's global paper? And could we push up to produce it? Yes, we could make sulfur paper. This will fix both the fact that this is no longer earning money and that we could use more paper. That looks fantastic. That should help the flagging price of sulfur. And it was here, the electrolysis ones. So... $200, and we produce 200 and a bit. I should be able to turn this off and it should stay funded under its own power now, right? Seriously? Look, you make 6,000... I'm going to have to subsidize the electricity industry for a while. That's fine. Support for local Democratic Party has gone beyond simply campaigning for their own party. They're harassing people, then crack down on them. They're naughty. Public address goes awry. Either lose chance or lose popularity of the person and lose less enactment chance. The popularity of the person is not important to me. Yeah, wages are a bit high in this state. We need more people to move here. Is what we need. We need people to stop migrating to New Zealand and instead migrate to Sydney. Alaska is still the... Everyone wants to move to Alaska. We could try and do some more automation in this one specific state, but I don't know what else there really is. We've got the bureaucracy. We've got... This is already automated. We could use some more tools up and free up some people that way. That's already at max. This is already at max. I suppose technically that could use dynamite and a steam donkey and rail transport. So could the gold mines. We're going to cause a crash in the, well, we're going to cause a sudden spike in demand of the train market. There, that will free up people. And what has it done to the train market? Well, it hasn't caused too much of a disbalance in the train market. That should auto-balance. Now, what else do we need? And do we need more of a building queue? Yes, we do. We're not building anything. So let's look at the list. We could still use a ton more ship production. So, shipyards. Where's the most available people? In WA. And in Celebes. dye? Dye is in a little bit of a shortage, so fine, we will build you a train line. You'll finally get to learn about more than your port. That means we can go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Some shipyards. 5, 10. House tobacco. Sure, why not? 15. And how do we use up the last 5 of the extra infrastructure we're going to get? Can have some more fishing. There. There's the last of the extra infrastructure used up. No, I don't want that. I would prefer... possibly none of these, really. If anything, I might want to start looking at actually having my own navy. And earning some prestige. More infrastructure from population actually sounds attractive. Too many people working in the railways. Equatorial Bantu migration to Louisiana. The recent expansion of power plants has inspired faith in a future where all of Australia is electrified. Unlimited power! Or gain progress on the steam turbine. I'll take the tech. So we get like a quarter of this tech done for free. We need another thing to build, so those shipyards are going to get done. What next? Honestly, we could use more electricity production. So where is available infrastructure? No. 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 A little bit, but there's no people. Yeah, it kind of looks like we just need to build another railway over here. Then let's double our... What? No, not furniture. Double our electricity production. There we go. Everyone has Vic 3 but you. Sorry, Prime Keck. Sorry, not sorry. Well, I'm not sorry that I have it. I am sorry that you don't. Okay, and then what about after those power plants are done? Expensive furniture is really expensive at the moment. Where's normal furniture? Oh. Oh. Our first crash. Please tell me what was happening. I was scrolling through the market goods screen. No, Prime Keck. It's a global release time. Give us a sec. It is pretty generous with the autosaves, so we won't have lost more than a month or so. Resume. Oof. You won't until the war system is made to not suck. I hope they improve the war system. It's my least favorite part of the game so far. I can see them doing nice things with the diplomacy system, adding in nice things. I can see them doing nice things with, like, enhancing the economy more. Although some of the things they were talking about on the dev stream yesterday were a bit worrying. Like, modern economists don't even really know how inflation works properly and fully, else they'd be better at actually predicting it. So it's kind of a bit questionable to me to have them added into the game in when it's not fully understood now, sort of thing. We're making a lot of money again. We could up our production, our construction industry again. That would need us to go learn about arc welding, and it would cost way too much electricity. So what were we looking at doing? We were looking at doing furniture. Sadly, only fancy furniture is short. And boats still. So we're looking at doing railway. And then boat production here. Railway and boats. Make sure that this is actually knows what's producing. Yes, military boats, and then... more tea? It's a pretty reasonable tea shortage. See if either of those has a shortage or has spare. No. This one has a bit of spare infrastructure. So fine. Chomp up some more tea plantations here. I don't want to reform the government. I want this to get done. That's getting really low on chances. Raising concerns. Don't care. 2%. We might have to give up on free trade. If the next debate isn't a, like, success, we may have to give up on free trade. This is getting a bit too low, and we might have to fall back to communism. Now, what else could we do? We could improve things by stopping tariffing services, for example. Or by raising wages. And lowering our taxes to make people happier. We've got spare money. Alright, and then the next thing to build, because we build things just so quickly. After the tea, sugar, need another train. But it doesn't look like anywhere actually has... Like, once the tea plantations are filled, I think that that's going to be 0 again. We need some more immigrants. Actually, then I don't need... Well, it doesn't hurt. How's global sulfur looking? No, global sulfur's looking overproduced. So we could come here and cut back these things. What else then? Even... No, we did all the whaling, so there's no more whaling. There's no more oil to get by a whaling. This needs a port if it's going to export the rubber. And there are certainly available workers after the port is done. So, some fishing and logging. Except that's a bit too much. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Actually, no, that's pretty much perfect. Maybe one fewer logging camp. Pump jacks. So I've got to assess whether they're worth using everywhere. Do they actually get used in again, sorry? In plantations. Oh, so this is the trade. Trade more engines for more tea. But look at the ratio. Engines are more expensive for sure, but you get 4 times your tea output for an engine. Also, it saves some laborers. So I guess we're going to be crashing those in. So rural. Well, I should be using you then. They're set to separate things. Use the electricity to do the cows? I think not. Steam dolly everywhere is fine. Dynamite everywhere is fine. Now, these. How is global cotton? I thought we got a massive overproduction of cotton. It's not that massive. Sure, why not? And then... let's crash the train market. And you can't use them for rubber. What's this done to the train market? Trains are now super expensive! So hopefully this will find some more workers then. Come on. Please, please find the workers. The Irish people have moved to Senegal. Yeah. No, don't become... I don't like that event. It ends up being a bit spammy. What it's trying to get you to do is to use up all your available land. But the limitation ends up being that this doesn't use infrastructure, but these do. And there's only so much infrastructure you can necessarily support. Nah, enactment chance is gone. So, no more free trade. We get to try becoming communist instead. We're also a little bit short on bureaucracy, so we should add in at least one more. We'll do two of them. There are spare tools. We'll slaughter some more cows. People keep moving to New Zealand. There's still a coal shortage. Would we prefer anything more than the coal? Finally, we've managed to address the man of war shortage. These 10 shipyards have done a good job. So what are we going to build here? More electricity? I think some more electricity. Cheers, Baron. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for the host. For those of you just joining, we are checking out Vicky 3. We're playing liberal, socialist, about to becoming semi-communist Australia. We have been watching the world migrate to us. Here's our population graph. And now we've just got some Bedouin people moving into Western Australia. And now some Africans are moving into our little island here, Sulawesi, our bit of Indonesia. And if these are, like, if we're not using all the construction, we might as well drop the construction back to the cheaper kind of construction that builds half as quickly. Trains have gotten more expensive. Where could we add some more train production? New Zealand? So that gets us up to, you know, if we do one less, then we can have an even number of train productions. So this is +4, which is 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Push those to the top. What else? We've got spare infrastructure here, so we might as well buff out that logging camp, say. You'd think this should be profitable. It's using... Ah, no, I'm using the wrong thing. So we go back here. Coal has gotten expensive. So we'll flip all those into being clipper users. No, the whalers can still have them, but you can now move into Yeah, clipper ship use. That will save on coal. And mean we could have more of this. Right. No, wages is just a bit much. Fish aren't expensive enough. Alright. What else do we make? Swiss people move to the Ivory Coast. Yeah, prepare to row. Stroke, stroke, stroke. I mean, the hardwood is... Look at that zigzagging. I mean, it is strictly profitable. So as long as we have spare space, we should be using all of our logging. Ah, is there enough electricity that we could electric cut? If this is so expensive, could we electric cut? No, Orlov. It's not really plausible for me to. I mean, technically I could go look at every single thing in the British Empire and work out what's doing it. But there's too many other things that aren't inside me that this isn't just a market under my control. What was I saying? I was saying we want to maybe go jump our log cutting to perhaps use electricity. Well, that's going to make money. That's going to make money. And we were thinking about this. 10 extra K, yes please. And that crashes the electric market, but we were just building a bunch of them on New Zealand. So once these come online, hopefully that fixes that. No, the zigzagging tells you all of that the AI will start to build more when it reaches a set level, and then when it reaches a set low level, it will stop building, and demand continues to grow up. How much control do I have as a subject? Of what, Baron? In terms of the market, everyone that is Britain or their subjects are all going to be in the same market. You can contribute to these things, so like currently the electricity demand, well there's 700 supply of electricity and 1,200 demand for electricity in the Empire. Of that, I'm pretty sure almost all of that production is me. 680. Let's have a look. $200. That would be 500. So I'm not literally all of it, but I'm the vast majority. I'd be like 520 of that. Maybe 600 of that 680 supply. And as for the demand, I am... All those logging camps would probably be me. The chemical plants were me. I don't think I'd changed my urban centers to using electricity yet, though. And I definitely haven't changed any of my railways. So I'm producing about 700, and yes, I'm using I'm using about 700 as well, but other people in the market are also using 500, and so they're pushing up the price. Yeah, Olaf, this is the whole British market. If you click on a good, you could see the production. Sorry. Oh, you mean you can look down here and see where it's produced? Which you can a little bit by looking at the provinces where it's cheap. And it's cheap because that's where it's produced. So it's produced here, here, and here. Oh, and there's also one more here in Libya. Really? Are you part of Great Britain? You could click on anyone and see their market? You mean, like, do this. We could go look at the Qing market, or the Russian market, and see their individual ones. But if you look at British or mine, it's the same. Is there a limit to how you can export electricity? No. Somehow we are exporting electricity over to Great Britain, and we don't ask questions about that. We're sending AA batteries. I don't know. Seemingly. Yes, but we're in the British market, Cal. So it is moving between me and Britain. You can't export it from, say, Britain to Russia. You can't become like, I'm gonna be nuclear power plant France and export power to everyone else in the EU, and that's how I make money. But I am definitely making electricity and definitely am exporting it to England. Could use one more of this, possibly 2 more. 3 more even. It would be cool if you could be nuclear France and export. Exclamation mark thoughts, Jake Plate, if you want my summary. Oh my god, they keep moving to... Please stop moving to... Bloody... Okay, we'll build that, and then we're going to be under, which means we can add in some logging camps. And then... Are there more gold mines that I haven't paid attention to because I've been chatting with chat? No, there aren't. What else could we do? Because 5 isn't enough to use up what's going in here. Sure, one more fishing, why not? Two more coal, I think is good. We're approaching the money cap, Baron. We're making too much money. Tax less. But this is gonna happen. I suppose we've actually started to get a little bit of a queue here again. I could trade over into the more expensive building once more. Chew up some of the money that way. Remarkable events in the run so far. This. Russia is going a bit crazy in Mid and South Africa. The headquarters of the Communist Party has burnt down. The organizational loss from this has seriously set them back. Dear comrade, I regret to inform you that our party headquarters located on street are no longer operational after the fire destroyed most of the building. We suspect foul play by, but are unable to prove it. Ouch. Everyone else hates us slightly, but we keep our reasonably high chance of supporting communism. There's a 30% chance of progress, 20%, well, 15% chance of failure, and 40% chance of coin flip. We did poorly on our coin flip. If we've got all this spare money, we could start thinking about having our own navy. So this one, navy. There we go, we'll have a bit of a navy. That will cost upkeep, although the government administrations have to come first. Yes, no matter how high our prestige went, as long as we're Great Britain's subject, we can't advance beyond major power. Not that we have the prestige for it either yet. But Qing, for example, are facing the other kind of problem where they are effectively a great power. Although this is the first time I've seen them GDP get quite so destroyed. France is absolutely wrecking. Well done, France. It's not quite as to the moon as our graph, but still. Yes. Let them celebrate. What do we need next? We need more. We need to queue more production, but there's not people. Well, there's people here and there's infrastructure capacity here. What would we like? What would we like? Well, what's costing? We could up man o' war production, and that would kind of make sense, seeing as we just started building all of those naval bases. We could flip this one into, say, producing ironclads. So this is a way of converting money into prestige. We do that. It says it's going to produce 300 ironclads. And then we go along and we say our navy now uses ironclads. Not very many of them, though. Well, let's see how that does. Have we ruined the market balance again? And how is the ironclad balance? The ironclad balance is actually hugely... No. No. Ours can stick with producing wooden ships then. But then there's no ironclad production. So we need some. We will pick... And this is when having distributed things is nice, because it lets you balance things better. So because we have the shipyard production spread out in multiple points, we can actually achieve something close to the balance we want. Steamship, only, or as much as possible, ironclads, and that will make 120. And we will use... how many? Is that going to be about right? If anything, we could have even more of them. So, fine. Wherever there's spare population. The Northern Territory can be a naval base? Sure. Each day has 3 parts. Morning, arvo, evening, night. Sorry, 4 parts. This is about halfway through the timeline. A little more than half, isn't it? I don't know the end date. I think the end date is like World War I. So, more than half? By a little? Got to pick our next thing. And if we're going to be trying to raise our prestige via boats, we should go learn about better boats. Monitor. And if we've got all this spare money, maybe we could also produce more tech. So... North Island will become... a beacon of enlightenment in the world. That's probably going to cause a run on the paper industry. Where's paper? Nah, paper's fine. That shouldn't be too much to worry about. They're studying the kiwis and the what's the one that looks like a budgerigar? Catapose. No, that's a spider. Takapo? Kakapo? Maybe it's Kakapo. Kakapo, yes. It looks like a giant budgerigar. Let's see what this jumps from. So 62. We build 10 universities in North Island, and it jumps up to, once they fill up with people, 62 jumps up to like 90. We could have 150, so we could have another like another 1.5 of those. Tasmania has the available people and the available infrastructure. use some more electricity input. That's going to take us up to 80, so like 5 more of these, which is then going to demand more train. That's not going to completely meet the market balance, but it's going to put it like halfway towards good. I could even do 5 more. Yep, that should bring the market for train into balance. That means we need more steel. So say 4 of those. Is it normal that Victoria appears to be so much greener than the rest of the country? Yeah. Basically, the way it works, ocean winds come in this way, they hit this mountain range, and they cause it to rain on the mountain range, and either side of the mountain range is nice and green, but then once you move away from the mountain range a little bit, it starts to become desert like the rest of all of this. There is a bit of green here. There's a fair bit of green here. Pretty much everywhere that's within like 50k of the coast is at least green. But once you move further in than that, depending on where you are, it can become like all of the inner of this bit is desert. Oh, you mean over here. The money map mode. Here's the money map mode per state. So France is doing well, especially Brittany. Brittany makes $24 million. Then the home counties in East Anglia. Most of my money is made in Victoria. And a little bit in Tasmania. Can I please have my province? Thank you. Why? Because food and glass. This makes good money. The glass makes good money. Those numbers are just 200, 100, 100, 200. An influential faction within the armed forces has grown frustrated with their co-members' neutrality on the topic of the Council Republic. Themselves in favour of the law, they've resolved to form a separate political faction, intent on passing it. How can you stand idly by and watch the world pass before your eyes? Have you no honour of duty to your fellow man? I say nay to such lack of ambition, and I dare say that I am not alone in this. 15% enactment a chance, or encourage the intelligentsia. We'll stick with the higher enactment chance. And then I haven't seen this one before that I remember. A respectable doctor from the University of North Island has been conducting newfangled investigations in the camp of psychiatry, emphasizing the role that the unconscious mind and buried childhood memories play in psychological pathologies. In the following pages, I shall demonstrate that there exists a psychological technique by which dreams may be interpreted, and that upon the application of this method, every dream will show itself to be a senseful psychological structure, which may be introduced into an assignable place in the psychic activity of the waking state. This, accomplished by investigation, will terminate as it will reach the point where the problem of the dream meets broader problems, the solution of which must be attempted through other material. He can continue his investigations. Universities provide more. Lose religious strength or lose approval of the religious faction, gain approval of the intelligentsia. The intelligentsia hates us, or the intelligentsia hates us and the church love us. So what's the difference here? The difference is the church hate us more, the intelligentsia don't like us, and the universities don't have throughput. I'm quite happy with the university throughput going up. Even more weekly innovation is certainly nice. need something to do... Oh no, we've got another page of lined up stuff. So the Tasmanian universities come online. They start converting paper and money into innovation. But money we have. More tech would be lovely. We could start converting money into prestige-y type stuff through art. What does the art market even look like? Sure, let's make one. Where can we have an art market? In my homeland, why not? Sure. Except let's put it right at the top of the list. Ah, no one is wealthy enough to consume it? No, there are people wealthy enough to consume art. Traditional patronage, bourgeoisie patronage, or independent artists. My state has some unfortunate modifiers, all of. We get lower agricultural throughput. Infrastructure is less effective here, so you have to build an extra train line for every 4 train lines. And building is also slower. There's a reason why Victoria has been made the hub, and it's the fact that it doesn't have a negative modifier. These ones have infrastructure cost up. These ones all have desert. These ones have the mountain range. Victoria is the non-punished one. So is Tasmania. I suppose these two aren't punished, but they are lesser Australia. We need to work out something else to make for after this. So electricity is still sharply over-demanded. I guess there's still infrastructure here. As there people? There are people. Well, 5 power production in Victoria then. Yes, it's Victoria 3. Not New South Wales 3 or South Australia 3. Victoria 3. There's still a underproduction of ironclads, so we go look at our shipyards and we say these ones can produce steamers and then 50 ironclads. We needed 50 more, so if there's another 2, you can go steamships and extensive military. And then that should exactly meet the ironclad. Right, steamers are overproduced, but ironclads are basically perfectly at balance. That said, there could be more production of man-o-wars. So we go look here and we say, where are available people? Northern Territory, sort by people. Western Australia is actually the most available. And Celebes. And there is available infrastructure here, so sure. Except that That would increase the one that we don't want, so no. You almost bamboozled me, game. What could we add here then? 5 more of this. That gets us up to 52, so we've still got another like 10 to spend. Coffee, tobacco, rice, tea, livestock. Which, if any of those is needed. Tea is needed. Tobacco is needed. So let's just go with 5 of each. That'll do. Did he burn down New Zealand? Nope. You exist. You are our paper mill. Our paper mill and our university. One of our shipyards. This place isn't quite so well developed. It produces the locally consumed furniture, and that's about it. I could build another set of naval bases. We've still got money. Try and transition even more of the fleet into ironclads. You like how the power plant icon is a Tesla coil? The internationally recognized symbol for electricity, the Tesla coil. Yeah, we're almost at our max innovation anyway. 70% literate. A group of workers are said to have revolted against their bosses and taken control of a factory in Canberra. They came in one day and threw the boss out on his ass. Then got to work as normal. The police tried to intervene, but you try telling hundreds of angry factory workers wielding tools what to do. Workers allowed to run factory. 10% enactment chance. All these other people get grumpy, or lower enactment chance. Absolutely not. We want communism. Bring it. Filipinos are moving into New Zealand, into Lesser Australia. We've got available workforce here, and we've got available infrastructure. So we should work out what we want to do with it. There is somewhat of a shortage of paper, so we could up the production of that a bit. How are tools looking? Also, we need to boost the ironclad production now that we built all the extra navies. So, back to here. And I guess you're going to become basically just ironclads, but then we can undo these ones back to wooden ships. See how that does. Is that the right balance? No, it's a little, still a few too many. What I could do is just wait for those naval bases to build. Once those naval bases are built, we'll reassess. Lesser Australia objects to being called Lesser Australia. Look, this is the Greater Australian landmass. This is the lesser Australian landmass. And this is, I suppose, the least Australian landmass. These two. Do we keep colonizing Inner Papua over here, or do we abandonize colonizing? Also, we can have 4 more rubber here now. Or 3 more rubber, I should say. We'll colonize this as well. Go for it. If for whatever reason the Dutch East Indies don't want to colonize the inner bits, I will. We are, however, now a bit short of bureaucracy. So... 7 more bureaucrats. How's our prestige looking? We're technically better than the US now that we have our navy. And I'm pretty sure it would be our navy. Let's go have a look at this. Due to our current technology, we have 200 naval power projection. What does the US have? 150. So they have more boats than us, but our boats are better boats. Because we've got ironclads and they're presumably still working on tall ships. And then what do we want? Film. I want to see what this can do. I've never filled with an art academy before. So we can produce traditional art. Fine art. For a second, I didn't think that said photographic art. I thought that said something else. Or photographic art. I mean, the realist art seems to be the way to go. The market is basically perfectly in balance. How many people do we have? We have 11 million people. Here's our population graph. Of course people come and want to live in Australia. Look at our standard of living. How could you not want to come and live here? The only places that are nicer than us are France, I think. Where are we? France is nicer. Certain bits of Canada are nicer. But it's basically Britain, France, and then us. Maybe Scandinavia. Scandinavia isn't horrible. And of course... Oh no, Alaska's lost its desirability there. Maybe it's only desirable from a migration perspective? Yeah, it's still the most... Well, among the most appealing places to migrate outside of Great Britain. And me. Yeah, there's a little bit here. Dahomey. Dahomey's doing a good job for himself somehow. Can I please have the province view? Because of Rubber Rush. So he's getting a whole bunch of extra... He's got like a 75% temporary modifier because he's producing rubber. Speaking of producing rubber... Bedouins moving into Australian Indonesia. There's like 10 workforce worth of free things, so I probably should build an extra train and look at expanding some of these, or maybe iron. This seems the most profitable at the moment, so boost that up to max. We're building 20, but we're using 8, so we're going to have like 12 free. What will we do with the 12 free? Dyes appear to be in perfect balance. Tobacconist isn't. Now we should have 7 free. There, that's about right. They're not moving into Northern Australia, they aren't. $28 versus 38. I love the bureaucracy. Because the only jobs here are in the tax office, the logging office, and whaling. I suppose in the naval base. The naval base provides some jobs. Any reason to become independent? You get to control your own market. You get to fully control your own warring. Although we're a dominion, so he can't call us into his wars anymore. At least not without, at least not without earning a favor on us first. Earning a, obligation. Nitrogen fixation, so I think that's the chemical plant. Yes. We could turn oil that's super expensive into fertilizer that isn't. No, thank you. Yes, the Darwin Naval Base. Just like real life. In real life, there's a naval base somewhere up here, and there's an attached sort of army base that has US Marines a fair bit of the time. Internationalist sentiment within the trade unions has generated suggestions to reach out to workers in radical Bhutan. I don't understand how you could let someone like him into our home. Are we to host people from all four corners of the world now? This man has my life in his hands every day in the mine. I trust him with my life. For that matter, I'd rather welcome him here than any of the Australian bastards who send us down into the mine. Class above nation. So Bhutan loves us, but our own internal factions hate us, or the trade unions hate us slightly. And how does the communism success go? Come on, 36%. No. Opposition members put forth demands. Yep. Plus 15% chance to make this succeed in exchange for slightly less happy rural folk. The colonization speed has gone absolutely through the roof now that this state is finished. Mum and Dad and Denny saw the passing out parade at Panyal, and it was a long march of cadets. The 6th Battalion was the next to tour, and it was me who drew the card. I'm making too much money. We could build even more navy, but honestly, we've kind of reached what I think of as the end game. Like, we're obviously a world power. All that would be involved is turning more money into more prestige. We should be at least producing something. What is necessary? We need more clothing? Clothing. The Vietnam song by John Schumann and Red Gum. So that's clothing. Electricity is still in critical shortage. I really do have trouble with the fact that this doesn't make money. Like, whilst this is in the red, and these are in the... I suppose that one's slightly in the red. But it should make net money. I guess our wages are just too high. Okay, other than some more clothing and cheaper clothing, what could we use? Glass again.
I've heard there are jobs here. I want to be a lion tamer.
Cheers, Millant. Yep, that will work. We've overtaken Italy, North Germany, Austria, and Russia, and the USA in terms of economies. The only people above us are India, China, GB, and the towering behemoth that is France. USA is going a bit imperialist on in Africa. There's a bit of a Cold War situation happening. Just a little bit of a Cold War situation. Who can eat more of Africa? Oh. Papua New Guinea comes for us. Activate everyone. We need another general. I don't want the cocaine addict. France certainly have done well for themselves. Better than Britain. Not that Britain's graph is bad, but still not as good as my graph. Do you want to actually move forward, bro? Like, I know there's more armies approaching, but you could still move. There's opium. There's no specific cocaine. He's just an addict. There we go. Advance. Crush Papua New Guinea. Teach them not to resist our colonies. Deaths from disease among the wounded. Lose recovery rate, we don't care, they're already dead. So that's the game trying to encourage me to go in here and change our production method to include hospitals and stuff. Which I suppose technically I can do. There, make it happy. Make the game happy. No, it's not that he wasn't refusing to move, it's that the war hadn't officially started yet. So, Papua New Guinea had started being like, "Meh, meh, meh, we're gonna beat you up, Australia," but war hadn't been declared. As soon as war were declared, he started moving. Nope. Why would I need cannons to beat up natives? I don't need cannons to beat up natives. Honestly, you're lucky I haven't demoted them to just using pointy sticks, Cal. And if it weren't for the fact that we're now at, like, infinite money relative to our usual usage... See, look at this cost. This kind of cost is what I would normally be paying if we had a real army. Having an army is expensive. Now, admittedly, that would be counteracted by being a free nation. If you look at the cost of this military versus the cost of paying Britain to be part of his League of Slaves, it's about the same. Okay, then we need a tax office here. Need a tax office here. Rubber. What's needed? Sugar, banana, coffee, or rice? Wine is needed, so we could further expand the Barossa Valley. We've used up all of the agricultural zone here. And it was what? Rice or wheat we were trying to decide between. Coffee, tobacco, fruit. But it looks like wheat is still slightly overproduced, so some bananas. And some coffee. That's about right. And then over here. Rubber. Nothing but rubber. The military want us to enact censorship. No, thank you. I colonized here, all of. I colonized this state. Oh. The Dutch East Indies colonized these ones. This was still part of the guy that we were just at war with. And so we occupied his capital, enough of him that we still got him to... You don't have to 100% someone all of in order to capitulate them. This isn't CK, thank God, this isn't CK2. Oh no, you're only at 99% war score. I couldn't possibly surrender. Okay, what's the global market still want? Still wants more electricity. What else could we fiddle with? Yeah, sure, it makes a little bit more money. No, the balance on you is fine for the moment. What about these ones? We could also have arcades. Sure. Holy moly. No, there's no way that doesn't cause the electric market to sputter out. And I think that's fine like that. What do we want next? Analytical philosophy? 10% more authority would actually be nice. And if we're not colonizing anymore, yeah, once this passes, it's time to turn off our colonies. In fact, I can do at least part of that now. I can drop this back to 1. Save ourselves some bureaucracy that way. I mean, it's ridiculous that electricity is at a price premium, and yet people don't want to work in the electricity store. Or this. Communism can't come soon enough. Oh, and that means that the thing that we were researching over here is finished. So we could upgrade to monitors, which I think will then demand even more ammunition from memory. So if we upgrade from ironclads to monitors, it uses slightly more ironclads, but a whole bunch more. Yep, that's fine. We can go up to torpedo boats here. And see what the new balance is on ironclads. I'm blind. No, here we go. 140 short. So we can go across to our shipyards and maybe look at turning you into 50 of them. And I need about another 100. Cheers, Shill. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for the host. Maybe we turn this one in. So that will be 200, which means we need to probably drop one of these back to wooden ships. I suspect that's about right. Yeah, pretty much. 3% off of balance is close enough. But what is now in extreme demand are mana wars again. So what kind of ships are you making? Am I blind? He doesn't have any. Okay, perfect. Let's say I mean, 20 fits pretty conveniently. There we go. Suddenly New Zealand becomes a tall ship manufacturer. The aged Brian Mitchell, leader of the trade unions, has unexpectedly expired mid-campaign, robbing the Social Democratic Party of a cornerstone politician. The question of his replacement is on everyone's lips. Go with the popular but inept one, or the determined but haughty youngster. I'll select the determined guy. I don't know the follow-up events. I don't know if that's a good or bad decision. But I'd rather not the incompetent person. Okay, 61% chance. Do we flip into communism? Come on. 10. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Lose chance, lose chance. I'd rather lose the lower amount and pay some extra bureaucracy. Population continues to climb, and that's therefore hurting our bureaucracy. Has this fallen back? It's only halfway to falling back. We're going to save about 200 when that's done, but we're already at negative 200, so one more wouldn't be absurd. And there's some space here. You can have that. Okay, what else could we build? Actually, there's an extra demand for fine art. So the South Australian Art Academy is going to expand to double its current size. And now there is a really chonking massive shortage of furniture. So we could have 10 more of that. Yep. The people of North Australia. We need more tax officers in North Australia. They could fit some more. And there is available population. There we go. They can have 3 more. Votes for women. Women in Australia have begun organising to campaign for their right to vote in general elections. Agnes Thesinger of the intelligentsia has emerged as a leading figure. If democracy is to live up to its own ideals, it cannot simply be an emulation of ancient republics. It must be an ongoing project, always asking the question, who is not heard? Whose wisdom is discarded? Australia has already recognised women as capable of ruling themselves. Why should we not aid in ruling the nation? Sounds like opposition talk. Or a worthy cause. It is a worthy cause, but we're busy becoming communist, sorry. We could go even further and try and learn about the destroyer and the submarine. Yeah, we'll do the destroyer. I could probably have another 5 unis. We further expand the Kiwi... Yeah, they've got the infrastructure. We'll further expand the Kiwi University sector. Aren't I using an old PM in that art place? I am. Because I don't want to move up to the one that uses up more paper and tools. It would be a net cost. The shipyards come online, and the many, many lacking man of wars start to exist. Kind of. Which of these is actually being expensive? Neither of these is expensive. It must just be wages. Yeah, wages are expensive. The Declaration of the Rights of Women. Agnes Thesinger has written a work arguing for the political and civil rights of women, presenting a vision for equality between the sexes in the political sphere. Women, wake up. The Tosin? I don't know that word. Of reason is being heard throughout the whole universe. Discover your rights. The powerful empire of nature is no longer surrounded by prejudice, fanaticism, superstition, and lies. The flames of truth has dispersed all the clouds of folly and that's hard to say. Usurpation. Shouldn't there be a T? Usurpation? But anyway, this tract should be widely disseminated. It's Julia Gillard. It does look a bit like Julia Gillard. Agnes Thesinger gains popularity, or other people become feminist. I gain popularity. What do I care? The toe sign of reason. You like usurpation? I like usurpation. Usurp. The T. Usurper. Swahili province. Oh my god, the Africans are moving to... No! France is so much nicer than us to migrate to. Yep, France is a nicer place to migrate to than us now. We must not be sparsely populated anymore. Yeah, we're not sparsely populated anymore. Except Paris, was it? Yes, apparently Paris is having some problems. Tax waste. No, I don't know why it has this turmoil. Why do you have this turmoil? What's the deal? Honestly, this seems like not enough bourgeoisie for Paris. But they're obviously having some sort of problem. Oh yeah, look at all the little red fists. Little red fists everywhere. My people don't have any fists. My people are happy. Oh wow. Sulfur, sulfur everywhere. What do we need? We need more steel production. There we go. There's some more steel production. And you know what? Yes, that works. There could be some more steel production here. Could be some more steel production here, but there could probably also be some more food. We're actually producing too much liquor. So we might change this to be only groceries. And then produce some liquor in a separate state. Yeah. And then this can be concentrating almost exclusively on building, on making the unreasonably fancy alcohol. There we go. There you go, Alan. And thank you, people, for trying to help Jackies. Oh no, for trying to help Jackies. Oh, it was Alan. Jackies was helping. My bad. I'm getting a bit... It's been a long morning so far, somehow. Come on. Succeed. 30% chance of communism. Now, let's say those steel mills... There's no way that that meets the shortage on steel. So we could do more than that even. I really do wish that this screen showed you available infrastructure. I kind of want to reserve this for more of these if we need them. Cheers, A404. Thank you for the sub, mate. I guess we just add some steel in here as well. Which place has the most available population? WA does. So here, have an extra railway just for the sake of producing steel. Done. And that's going to drive up the price of coal and the price of iron. How are we not sparsely populated anymore? I don't know how the... Yes! Communism success. Okay. Pause. Everywhere is now owned by the workers' cooperatives. Excellent. Ah. Merchant guilds. Why can't we do this? Because we don't produce the right kind of thing. You can't... Merchant guilds have to be producing the old ships, okay? But pretty much everything else is run by communal collectives now. Well, actually, there's something else. The sulfur mine is not run by communist collectives. Because we don't have at least that active. There you go. And now what does this do for this? Also, now that that's finished going, we can either try and do free trade again or women's rights. Let's see how much people like the idea of... Or we could get rid of our colonialism. Yeah, I actually like that even more. This... we'd either need the rural folk or the... we'd need the rural folk in power. So we come in here, we go reform government, we go add you in, and then we get rid of colonizing. And then we'll look at women's rights. Will GB be mad at you removed their watermark from their flag? I don't know. I hope not. No, they seem to like us. making too much money still, though. We could think about having more of a standing army, more of a standing navy. Or do we now know how to do the even better this? We don't know how to do this, and it would cost too much electricity anyway. Could we tax even less? Not really. We could pay even more, though. Maybe we pay normal, and maybe we return to only a modestly low tax rate instead of a spectacularly low tax rate. The money graph. The money graph is nice. Look at the money graph. It's a very nice money graph. GDP per capita #1. We are the #1 for GDP per capita. We aren't the most literate, though. Take off the services tax? But I like taxing the services. We have urbanized. And the U people? Okay, they're West Africans. I was like, sheep? Sheep have migrated to New Zealand? I know there are lots of memes about New Zealanders and sheep, but two more. The British market balance is still pretty short for trains. Tasmania has come a long way since our attention was brought to it. From small houses and scattered farmlands to being on its way to a booming metropolis. The woman sighs. Her old hands stop crocheting for a second. When I was younger, all of this was farmlands. Us kids would just play freely in the fields, not having to worry about getting hit by a car or those criminals coming to get us, and we still had time to work. Well, Grandma, now people have even more places to work at. Tasmania shines like never before. Or, this is not the end. No, have the standard of living increases. Yes, we've got our fully automated luxury communism. The space bit is waiting. No colonial affairs is morally correct. Yes, we support a lack of this. Skyrocketing SOL? It certainly looks like it's kicked up. We'll see how long it keeps kicking up. There's a sharp kink in that last little tick. And not taxing services is possibly helping a bit as well. People are migrating to here. There is available unemployment, but there isn't available infrastructure, too much of it at least. How are we doing for fish? No, there's a slight shortage of fish. There, have a little bit of that. How goes the Banana Republic? Are they profitable? Fish without coastline? No, technically it has coastline over here. All of the fishing is done from there. But yes, if that wasn't us, we would still be able to fish without coastline, which would be a little bit amusing. Okay, then the steel mills. Once the steel mills are done, what? Probably trains and then more electricity. It looks like WA is still the place to do. We need to wait for all of those to finish first. We now have no colonial affairs, so we're happily extra bureaucracy available. We could look at adding in an old age pension again. And really, what kind of communist utopia would we be without? Which of these? Poor laws? We could raise our wealth. We could raise our wages even higher. No, I think we'll just go the one that doesn't raise wages, but disenfranchises those politically who are on the dole. You have mills? Sorry? Oh, you want to see what Scotland's doing? Yeah, we can take a brief look at what Scotland's doing. Scotland has synthetic dye plants, a chemical plant, some paper mills, some food mills, a textile mills. It's pretty much like distributed across most things that you would imagine. And then the upper Scotland is only steel and producing ships pretty much. This one is... Yes, there are two settings for this. We're doing the ones that just disenfranchises. Like this one, welfare payments plus 50% at max. This one is the same amount of welfare payments.
I've heard there are jobs here. I want to be a lion tamer.
Don't get a say in politics anymore. Or they have less political power. They don't have none, they just have less. Is the accurate way of putting it. Boop. Cheers, Jasunik. It gives out money in the form of welfare payments. So it does give your pops more money. Not quite in the same way that the other version of this one raises their wage. Come on. Very good. Poor laws instituted. So we could produce even more bureaucracy and ramp up these a bit more. And what else? We could look at giving women the right to vote. Yep, women now want women's suffrage. Beautiful. What's this going to do to us? Birth rate down, workforce ratio up, and how much dependent enfranchisement is like how much money dependents make. Destroyers unlocked. We can look at changing our navies over to destroyers here. It will use 60 more ironclads. What's the ironclad market on? minus 200. So we might go and look at rebalancing some of that. Shipyards. So these guys can turn over to steamships and to military shipbuilding. 250. There we go. Brings it perfectly into balance. At least very nearly perfectly. Submarine will do. And then let's have another look at our global power rating based on navies. So with 30 warships, we have 750, let's say, naval power. Compare that to, say, Britain. So that was 30 for 750. Great Britain has just a little bit more. 7, 14, 21. 4 times more. But for 4 times more, he needs 8 times as many ships. So he needs more than double the ships, like, in terms of ratio. Let's look at someone else, because Britain's obviously the naval power. What about you? Yep, we shit all over USA for Navy. What about France? Wait, does the French Navy beat the British Navy? The French Navy is beating the British Navy. Oh, England, you poor thing. You poor thing. France's GDP has crashed a bit. It was up at 500 for once, for a little bit. What about population? What the heck? Oh, that was during the rebellion. I do not know what happened there. Like, the East India Company one I can explain. There's a rebellion and it pops up and down. I cannot explain that French jump. Oh. Oh. Who are you fighting? Ah, it's France versus, well, pseudo-Prussia. The North German Confederation. $400 versus 500, and they have more. They have a lot more conscripts to call on. Perhaps they believe... What's the war goal? Do they want the Rhineland? No, they just want... They want Prussia... No, the other way around. Prussia wanted to tell France that he's not the best thing since sliced bread, and France says, "Give me money." I don't care about them hating me slightly. I'd rather keep the higher chance of getting women to vote. Oh, it looks like they gave in. Are you paying war reps or did you wipe peace? It looks like they white pieced. Well, the other thing we could do is check the French income graph. Because if it's just had a big kick up, it might be from the war reps. Our own constructions have come to an end, so we could have a look at what to do next. Electricity is still in shortage. But we kind of need one more infrastructure here. That will get us up to 117. So we could have at least 5 more of these. Which doesn't address the market disbalance, but it helps some. What else could we do? Even more furniture. Furniture and furniture are both expensive. So sure, have some furniture. Where else could we have some furniture? Tassie again? Sure, if you have another railroad. Then you can have 10 furniture. And that probably means we're going to now use even more tools. So we might look at doing one here. And then using that to do, say, 5 tools. One more of you. One more of you. And that'll do. All right. The graph's a little bit out of bouncing. The graph doesn't respect the edge of the... How's this doing? No, it's had a tick up, but that's it. So communism helped. It definitely got us like another... It got us like another 4 points-ish standard of living, but... Yeah, we can throw money at teaching our army how to open their canned food. And then glass again. And there's a little bit of spare. Enough for 2 fishing spots. It looks like it's worth trading over all our fishing spots to steamer ships. Collapse that. Yep, an extra 5k. We can continue down towards the aircraft carrier, but I think we've probably earned enough prestige from Navy. Yeah, I think once we get submarines in as well, we'll have enough prestige from Navy. Oh, people apparently don't want women's voting. We've had several unfortunate rolls in a row. And It's gone all the way down to 0. Oh yeah, there's aircraft carriers, Orlov. There's aircraft and there's aircraft carriers. Aircraft have, of course, been a traditional part of Victoria too. They replace cavalry at being the useful unit for ensuring you get the scouting or whatever it is bonus. And in this one, they do. Where are we here? Not this one, because this is tanks, but eventually I think they replace trucks for reconnaissance. They aren't bombing planes. They're ye olde biplane, fly around with a telescope on and look at the enemy. Oh, donk. Let's go. Permit. Irreverent. Wellington. And hope we spelt your name right there. Yep, them's the rules. Although, honestly, we should give... I would have thought I'm going to have to fiddle with that, because VIPs shouldn't get donked. VIPs should be auto-trusted for that stuff. So let me open a notepad. VIP... not donked by Moobot for links. Minimize that. Okay, telephone unlocked. Fringe group violence. Violence by a small... Nah, we had the unlucky roll, so we're going to have to stop this. There's nothing to be done. I have to stop trying to pass this and look at something else. Now, to stop you spamming it, we can't just try it again straight away. There's like a year cooldown or something. So if we go back to looking at this, it will say, yeah, wait 12 months. So we can do something else then. We could raise our minimum wage even higher. Sure, why not? See if this collapses us because wages... No one wants to work because wages is too high. You wish you were a VIP? Oh. It's only VIP because it's certain people. Certain people. I wonder how many more I have to hand out. How many more do I have to hand out? I can hand out... How many more? And besides, we wouldn't want to reward someone by complaining that they're not a VIP by immediately giving them VIP. That would set a bad precedent. That would encourage whinging. No, I don't want more radicals. Ah, radicals or radicals? No, I don't care if you attend. Attend and perhaps die. So, someone's setting up two trains to ram into each other as a spectacle. Do we let our important politician attend or no? Party-affiliated newspapers have been proliferating during this election. Publications associated with the Communist Party have been particularly effective in spreading the party line. Read all about it. Honest politicians attacked by shameless cowards. Leading candidate for office issued heartwarming appeal to the common man's heart. Man on campaign trail pets a puppy. hats. Anyway, read all about it. The Communist Party has used the papers brilliantly, or newspaper circulation is through the roof. This is a boom for publishers. You took too long, Welly. You took too long. Okay. Momentum for the communists or paper mill throughput? Well, let's have a look at our parties. What have we got? I don't actually see a communist party. Oh, yes, I do. They're the intelligentsia and the rural folk. As if the trade unions aren't in the communist party. It's a bit disappointing. Sure, have some more. Have some more support. Well, he's done it. He did it twice, apparently. Can I untime you out? Yeah. Only Zarxos is around, and he's probably just listening rather than doing anything meaningful. Hey, Zarxos. Where's Welly? There we go. And then we can hit untime out. What tech next? We've said we've kind of reached the end of what I wanted to do for this. We should go incorporate those submarines into the Navy, though. So, Welly, I'm not doing that again. That time is your fault. That time is your fault. You gotta learn. Yep, we'll pay the extra money. Can you ask? Yeah. Go for it. Hopefully I can help. Do we do anything else? We could look at sea lane strategies. I don't need the extra naval base max level, though. I don't need the extra dockyards. I don't need wargaming. I don't need any of this because Great Britain is our protector. Not needing as much bureaucracy per person is quite nice. Saving 10% on that 16 million. The fascist party? Absolutely not. What do you think of the state of modern EU4, and do you think they'll starting to stretch its development? Is it time to dream of EU5? I mean, they're making money off of it. It's one of their best money makers. I don't see why they would stop milking the cow from a perhaps slightly how to put it? Cynical view? But my main issue is that having seen CK3, I would be really worried that EU5 would feel pared down at launch. Like, if you were someone who went from CK2 with most of the DLC to CK3, then it feels like there's lots of content that used to be good content that just got thrown out with the dishwater or the baby, or however you want to put it, however you want to mix your metaphors. And I suspect the same thing will happen. We could increase mana war production a little bit more. Need another train line though. Make sure this one knows that it doesn't produce this. It produces this and military ships. And then what else can we do here? We could do... There's still a massive shortage of both of these, so 5 more of that would work. They'll cut out the bloat and then sell it back to you again in future DLCs. It's quite possible. It's quite possible. I've got to say I kind of disagree, Tycho. Like, I really like the raising your children system in CK2, and it really felt to me like that particular aspect got a bit gutted. Hey, Viva Chandler. In the transition. Was it the Way of Life DLC, if I'm remembering correctly? We need more oil. That's still getting produced more. We do need more coal again. Where do we have available people and available coal? Apparently only the Kiwis. Actually, no, there's a little bit of available people in New South Wales. But the Kiwis can do their part as well. So, 1 extra train line. There. That's going to take a while to build. Once that's done, what else? Coal is in shortage. Furniture, we expanded furniture. Lead. It's been quite a while since lead's been on the needed list. Lead is Queensland. And we have at least enough for 5 more. Might as well use some dynamite to enhance that. Do we have enough spare train lines running around? Kind of. Transportation's on the borderline. Your child went to a party and died. Tough luck. Rough. The combustion engine, you say? Is that the car tech? I've never got up to cars before. Yes. Could start making cars. And then even diesels. Auto diesel. Guy Mackenzie has organised the armed forces into the Australian Red Army. The military is now devoted to defending the dictatorship of the proletariat. The international revolution will not be won through the jabbering of politicians, it shall be won through the force of arms, and the bourgeoisie of the world are assembled against us. The enemies of the proletariat are omnipresent. The Red Army is the only force standing between survival and annihilation. Okay. Can we have another go at... Well, for one, we can up this. 2, and that works. Can we have another go at this yet? No. For some reason, nobody wants women's suffrage anymore. Why? This used to be hugely popular. Well, whatever. What can we do? We could do... We could do guaranteed liberties. That's about the only one that there's support for that we'd like to do at the moment. So sure, everyone can have some freedom of speech minimums. Assuming that they actually vote for it. Oh, the leaders of the trade union changed. Okay. And this person... is no longer in support of it. Fair enough. Beards McGee here. You get this early, or is it... I got this early. I have the creators, you know, content makers extra early edition. T the HF. Okay, these are all getting done. I need to decide on the next set of stuff to build. Oh god, no. Britain has started converting more things over to ironclads. Okay. I guess we're going to need to produce even more shipyards. Okay, that gets us probably a reasonable way to balancing that again. The very special person edition. I don't know about that. It's the we'll get eyes on the prize edition. We'll bring an adequate amount of attention to it. Good to see that Britain is still making people suffer. I probably get more than I lose from this. In terms of being in his market. In terms of having to pay his stupid diplomatic pact costs, that's a bit less appealing. We're almost paying like a third of our nation's income in diplomatic costs to our boss. Actually going to have to raise taxes. Heavens forfend. Okay, and then when these are done, then what? Probably trains again. Yeah, it's probably trains time again. There is... Yep, space for 5 more. But... what's too expensive here? I mean, if there's a shortage, you should be producing them, you silly things. I guess we need to bring steel costs down more? steel is the biggest cost other than wages. So we could push steel prices down. Okay. Yes, we're a market economy communism. Is the flag historical? We haven't had a communist period in Australia or of. Unless you maybe count one or two of the temporary rebellions. I quite like that. But that gets you addicted to... No, I don't actually like that. That one is good. Yeah, sure, whatever. Have some extra recognition. There were a couple of rebellions here, which is where we get our blue, or the other flag. The one that sort of looks a bit like the Scottish flag, except that it's not diagonal, it's vertical. The Emu Commune was very communist. An Australian Xi Jinping. Yeah, that's just disappointing. But when this is so expensive that this doesn't make money... How is the market balance on electricity looking? Still a huge shortage. No, until this... Well, we could see if we can realign the government to be slightly more useful for authority. So if we add in you, does it get better or worse? Worse. If we add in you, does it get better or worse? It gets better, so okay. Join the party. Welcome. The birds are really... The birds are the, Illuminati. They're the ones secretly in control. So let's look at this. I've never fiddled around with cars before. Uses rubber and oil. We do have some rubber, but nowhere near enough for this. Produces less engines, produces more cars. Is there even any demand for cars? Not that I can see. What there is demand for is still more ironclads. Ouch. Nope, clippers are also super expensive at the moment. Yeah, clippers are also super expensive. We might as well make some more clippers then. Go. That's a couple more clippers. Where else? There. Okay, and then when those are done, what else? Yes, the day is in the same place that you'd expect for EU4. Up here. The 9 looks like a 7. Okay, once those shipyards are done, then what? These only lose money, so I don't really want to do those. I'm going to assume that that still makes money, though. Let's go have a look. Can the Great Textile Mill of Tasmania expand? It can. It does make money. And somehow it isn't the world's best. I think it needs to be 5 smaller than that. Or else I need to build a whole nother railway here. You know what? There's enough people to provide more jobs. So another railway you will have. There's too much sugar now. We could have some more tea though. There. The first V8 Holden Commodore was created in 1850. How would an Australian-made larder? We don't have larder here. Oh god, that's a hideous little thing. No, if you want that, we had a washing machine company make a car. And it was a little bit unique in that this car could be put through all its gears in reverse. So, in the same way as most cars have 1, 2, 3, 4 gears in forwards, this can go 1, 2, 3, 4 in reverse. The gear literally it's just a rotation swap gear. It isn't a, yeah. It isn't your normal gearbox. Now, I don't advise this. It's really, really unsafe to drive backwards at that higher speed, but you can do it. What were they called? Here you go. The Zeta. Oh, there's a comma in there and that's stuffing things up. Well, Google Zeta automobile. There you go. An established manufacturer of cement mixers and washing machines, Lightburn & Co. built cars in its factory in the Adelaide... Where are we? In the Adelaide suburb of Camden Park. The Zeta model was introduced in '63 at a price of £595 and ceased production 2 years later. It sold fewer than 400 vehicles. Stuart Mortlock wants guaranteed liberties. Please do. 100% chance. Watch this somehow fail. guaranteed liberties. That means that we now need to actually have a couple more government administration buildings. So, Northern Territory. You can't actually fit more. We could build a port. Because there's not really enough people to justify another railway station. Also, why aren't you producing? There is a demand. I suppose because there's no demand for clippers. They'll work out their balance. What is their demand? No, there's so much demand for this. I mean, why rebel when I might even almost make more money than him now. Maybe. Nah, not quite. He's still got a way to go. We're still a little ways behind him. We're not that far behind him. It goes France, Great Britain, China, us. We've overtaken India. Despite having like 1/10 the population. 1/10 the population, equal GDP. We're better than Russia, officially. Aside from in population. Do we have to pay anything to Britain? Oh yeah. We have to pay Britain for the privilege of being his subject. 200k. Near enough, and we make 800, let's say. The upside is that we don't have to pay for an army, right? He is paying for this absurdly large army, and we get to hide under his protective umbrella and not pay our 2% contribution towards NATO. Should add more to the queue. So what else is needed? More ironclads are needed again. So let's look at this and work out one of the 10s that's producing... Really? I thought one of you was producing... these still. Apparently not. Well, these two can swap. Steamships. Military. Steamships. Military. How's that do? Now there's no clipper ships. No one's actually making clipper ships anymore. It's like 5 of these somewhere. Maybe. What are the NT ones making? Yeah, there we go. Bob will have to go back to steamer boats. Bob? Yes, we need to contribute to the common defense to ensure domestic tranquility. Well, that's what our payment is for, as far as I'm concerned. Otherwise, I see no other reason why we'd be paying them money. If it was made clear what that payment is for, I might be a bit less inclined to be all hide under Britain's skirt and behind their defensive shield, but otherwise, why? Oh, nothing again. What can we make? Even more clothes. Clothes. We could actually use more coffee. Oh, have we exhausted? We've exhausted the arable land in Sulawesi. Yep, that works. And then here. Nope, we're out of that. What about you? There's space for a little bit more. No one wants to go fishing. And it was glass. So where was our glass one? Our glass one was here. There's maybe something to be said for splitting off and making a separate stack so that we can concentrate on just glass. But even another 10 wouldn't bring this to 0, so... yeah. So one more train, and then 10 of you. Okay, and when that's done... a separate groceries one. So you were concentrating on raw groceries now. How many people do you have available? Enough that we can do the groceries as well. Definitely. Can you declare wars as a subject? If you're a Dominion. Dominion, yes. Puppet, no. Hudson Bay Company, the biggest of the Canada bits. East India Company, start as Dominions. We become one when we form Australia. I've got the spare authority. Sure thing. Try and maybe find an itty bitty baby tax to institute. Like... porcelain. No, Great Britain ate a little bit. They ate some of this, and then the rest is Nova Scotia. And yet they continue to not colonize Nimipu. This is just a bit disgusting. Night Cow. Communists win the election. We could have another look at women's suffrage again then. Maybe. Nope, still no one wants it. Mass conscription is a valid option, though. And I would like that. Doesn't have a good chance of succeeding, but it's something to do. One sec. All right. Alright, and then these food industries come online. I think so, Orlov. I think that this is... You're not going to end up with a pretty... You know, this is all South Africa, and then this little bit is French, and this little bit is German. It's going to probably end up being a mess like this fairly often. We do still need even more of this. Ouch. It's crazy that this can't be profitable when it's so in need. Like, whilst this is at plus 66%, we shouldn't be having people refusing to work here for wage. Ouch. Nah, take that. Nah, people don't want mass conscription. Fair enough. I'm surprised that dyes are out of stock again. What does the US look like? You've got a tentacle that goes up into Canada, but you don't have Columbia, Washington, or Idaho. You also haven't managed to rid yourself of the little bits of Mexico inside you, but you have managed to connect across to California, whereas before you just had this without Nevada or Arizona. And you have weird little bits in Africa. Well, one thing we could do is stimulate more demand. Like, starting to make an army would then mean we have to set up gun manufacturing and weapons. If nothing else, we can turn our current existing army into ones that use cannons and so forth. So you can now have siege artillery, skirmish infantry. We could use this as the excuse to set up the car-required industry. So this one can produce the cars for that. Is the game hard? I don't really think it's hard, but I haven't been like... Hard to do what? If you want to try and conquer the whole world, I think it's going to be hard. It isn't hard to take any of... Well, from what I have played, it isn't hard to take at least the sort of Canada, Australia type things and take them to be at least approximately as big as the big boys. In terms of GDP. Mechanized farming. Demand for fertilizer goes up, but fertilizer is cheap. That produces 2-to-1 grain. The grain is like 50% difference in price to the fertilizer, so it's a net saving. But it increases the employment of farmers and instead gets rid of laborers. Yeah, that seems okay. Cow is already getting super fed. We could use some more engines to make some more coffee, which looks like it's good only insofar as it prevents laborers. Let's give that a sec to balance, because we've probably just changed the transportation balance. Actually, transport's still at 7%, so sure, keep chucking more rail transport at things that can have rail transport. Save on labour. And that's a lot of extra money. Sure, let's see if it works. Same here. And now there is a shortage of automobiles. And a critical shortage of electricity. So we need a little bit more electrics. I mean, there's still available population, so, yep. Have an extra train line. How short on electric is we? 2000k, which is huge. Okay, where else? Do you have available people? You do. So have an extra train. That then lets us do, say, 5 more of you. Where else has the people for running another electric plant? Yep. Let those trickle through. Electric trains are the efficiency multiplier, right? So instead of costing 10 trains per train route, it costs another 5. It also costs electricity. It's trading electricity for coal, but coal is the cheaper resource. And it provides what? Instead of 20 infrastructure, like 30? So it's only a 50% increase in infrastructure. It's not that big a efficiency increase. Not in the same way that train is much, much better than port. It's not 120 per one. Like if we hover over the, hover here, and then here, and then, come on, get stuck, and then you hover here, it will tell you the per level. Right? So this provides 30, whereas this one will provide, if we hover, 20. Cheers, Azure Slam. Thank you kindly for contributing to the Pokemon Challenge. But it's saying between all of the 4 railroads that exist there, the total, and soon to be 5, that the total will change from X to Y. It no longer goes choo-choo, indeed. Instead it makes an annoying buzz noise. There is the Discord, Salar, so you can go post something on the Discord general channel, as long as it's not going to be, like, against TOS or whatever. Okay, so now electricity is extremely extra expensive, but it's not actually stopping anything from getting produced. We might want to look at using it to do some more stuff when these ones come online then. There's probably some more, like, sewing machine or electric saw type things that we can institute. You should enact women's suffrage. I wish I could, but no one voted for it. Everyone, in fact, if anything, people want the other way around. People want to turn women back into property. Are the migration events random, or is there some level of control to them? They will go to the states with the highest migration attraction, which is modified by whether it's sparsely populated, what is the average standard of living, as well as places that have available jobs, as far as I can tell. Aren't they our women rather than your women? I don't want to get drawn into that, thank you. We would like to make them their own women. Ooh, we can produce even more engines now at the cost of steel and electricity. The trouble is... Nah, steel's cheaper than train, so that's probably worth doing. So we go here, we go here, and we say electric engines do. And then we were looking at, what? We were going to look at electrifying more crap. So like automated bakery. This, it saves net money. And I think we're about as good as it gets. Well, we could move up to chainsaws, but they're not worth the cost. We could move up to rail log cars. Go for it. Be happy, people. Population growth is tapering off a bit. How do we do on the world stage in terms of standard of living? France has fallen back a bit. Germany is now, especially Brandenburg, is doing very well. Yeah, France is having a bit of a collapse. It does do the tooltip within tooltip within tooltip thing. So say we will here, and then we want to hover over this, or let's pick something else. Hover in here. Wait for that to solidify, and then we can ask what does power plant mean, and then we can wait for that to solidify, and then we can go ask what electricity means, and then we can wait for that to solidify, and then we could ask what fishing wharf means, and then we could wait for that to solidify and ask what machinist means, and you can just infinitely wiggle your way down through the menus. kind of want to actually dial this back a bit. We can just have the most basic welfare instead of ultra super fancy welfare. It will save us some bureaucrat. It will save us some paying people welfare amount. Sea lane strategies, which is what this is. And then what? We've dragged this back from 75. We could do some more wood production. Can't really do more here without another train line. Oh. Really? Yeah, that's apparently worth changing. So is this just because electricity is so expensive? Fair enough. We've overtaken China. We now have greater GDP than China. Or at least we did briefly. No, we still do. 2 million versus 222 versus 220. It's only Papa Great Britain and France that we would need to overtake, who's back up to 500. I do wonder what you're doing to do that, but well done, France. So with half Britain's population, we're producing almost as much money. Our living standard isn't that much higher than everyone else's. So if we go look at this, ours average is what? 23. Who's next best? The Greek islands are doing pretty well. So is Orissa. Belgium is doing pretty well. But like the gap between me and the next person, and then these people are all in a little band around 19 and a bit. Like we are noticeably higher than the whole bunch of the next people. Noticeably higher. And with that, I think I'm ready to say that'll be it for this stream. Oh, who can I get behind what they're doing? Probably yes, Alan. There are achievements. I don't know where you see them in here.
I've heard there are jobs here. I want to be a lion tamer.
There we go. There's where you see them. The difference between this and EU4 is that apparently the achievements work when you're not in Iron Man, because they're basically making Iron Man do nothing. I've already gotten some of them, just by playing through other things. So I got... Have someone migrate to you. Have someone back down in a Diplo play. Get one of the institutions to max level. And we had and I did in another playthrough, get women's suffrage successfully passed. We failed this time because the suffragette lady died before... Well, suffragette lady died, and we had bad luck on the... passing this law. So until another suffragette raises up, it's probably going to stay negative. Anyway, who can I get behind what they're doing? Because I kind of want to take Doggo for a walk to the beach. It's a lovely day. Have some lunch. Well, he's doing Luigi's Mansion. He was hanging out before. Thank you everyone for hanging out. I hope you had a lovely time. For those of you watching for the first time, considering that follow button, it will let you know when we're live again. In relevant news, we will be doing a Victoria 3 MP with the Welly that we're raiding into. Pretty much first thing after it drops for you all. So, hopefully see you then. Peace.